welcome to TU Game Day Live, presented by the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm Charles McNeil, back in the studio and ready to roll for this special Thursday night showdown. It's a matchup between the top two defensive teams in the SIAC. It's Tuskegee and Benedict under the lights here in South Carolina, as the winningest program in HBCU history looks to bounce back against a team that handed TU its last conference championship loss.
Lockhart, joined by Miller in the backfield. He'll take the snap. Short drop. He'll flush him right side. He's got some real estate over there. He'll tuck, run to the corner, and score for Jackson State. Snap to Bill. We're going to throw it right out that way into the hands of Hall. They're going to sweep it now. Got a man wide open downfield. Oh, one-handed attempt there, but just out of the reach of Hardy. A little flick on that one. They got it to Hall, and Hall threw it downfield.
Tuskegee got exactly what they wanted on the halfback option. Got a receiver 15 yards in the clear and just overthrew him.
Still just 3 up front. Got a man in the swing pass, but they go across the middle instead at the end zone. Touchdown grab there. Catch was made at the end zone line. Jamil Gardner with the catch at the goal line and able to spin forward for the 6.
This past weekend game versus Jackson State, we knew going into the game they was going to be bigger than us. And we just came in with going into the game plan, just knowing that we had to execute in all 3 phases of the game. But, they came in, they gave us their best shot, and the defense held up. In the second half, we only gave up 10 points in the second half, but offensively we just sputtered in the first half, and then we just couldn't get no consistency throughout the game. But we had chances that we were trying to get in the end zone, but we had a double pass to Hardy. We overthrew him on that. That would have changed the momentum and gave us a little life offensively. But, we had some miscues. We had some penalties as well that made us, hindered us from controlling the game offensively. So, like I said, my hat's off to Jackson State. They came in and they gave us their best shot, and they came up victorious at the end. But again, I still love my team. I love what we got. We didn't give up. We fought all the way to the end, and it's on the conference play this week.
So a bump on the road last week against the reigning HBCU national champions ended talk of a perfect season. But we have another golden opportunity. That's right. It's time to flip the script. Up next, it's the Standard.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits, and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
With first place up for grabs, this is the Standard. Tuskegee football has been setting the bar high in black college football since 1913. This week, it's a Thursday night matchup against a foe that spoiled our title hopes in 2022.
This week's opponent, Benedict, we're going up to South Carolina to take on Benedict. It's a short week for us, coming off this past weekend against Jackson State. The guys, they're excited about this matchup, and as coaches, we'll put in a game plan to make sure that we're doing all parts in all 3 phases of the game. So for all the fans out there, come and support, show up and show out. And again, we got to get back on this winning streak, and we need all the support we can. But like I say, we just ready to roll and get back on this winning streak and do our job as the Golden Tigers.
It's a big, huge conference game for both of us. And traditionally, Tuskegee is the powerhouse. And so we just got to go in there and play sound. I mean, their defense is stout. They do a lot of things. They give us a lot of multiple fronts, up there, and that's going to be challenging. And then the way that they play, their coverages are very talented. I know the head coach very well. We've known each other for a long time, so I know he's going to get his guys to, again, it's Tuskegee versus Benedict. Offensively, though, it's going to be a challenge to our secondary. Isidore, our safety, they're really going to have a challenge because they have a lot of quick, short receivers, and they like to do quick games and then set you up onto that. And so it's going to be a challenge. This is going to be a challenge for our defense, and so I'm going to be excited to kind of watch it. And like I said, we're continuing to chop wood on offense and get it going. And we get that going, it's going to help our defense and the rest of the team and have the special teams play consistent. And I think, again, it's going to come down to how we play special teams will be a determining factor in this game.
This week's big, going back to the conference play, going against Benedict, a team we look forward to playing, that we're excited to play. We're just going to execute and be ourselves. This is a good way to get back to that momentum we had going. It's really just, we're going to continue to execute and be ourselves.
One thing's for sure, this will be a test of defensive discipline, and whoever scores first may have all they need in this edition of Thursday Night Lights. While it's early in the season, a few Golden Tigers are knocking on history's door. Raekwon Beal, quarterback one, is one big completion away from 2,000 career passing yards. And Johnny Morris III is 30 yards away from joining the coveted 1,000-yard rushing club. A trip to the end zone away from 10 touchdowns in his career. As the pads pop on the gridiron, the digs and kills will be popping at the Chappie James Center.
Serving for the match for TU. Messick with the serve, it's a floater. Morris pushes it back at the net. They go with a kill, saved by TU. Chance for the kill win right here. Here's the shot, tapped around, TU wins it. They got it into the reliable hands of Kayla Coleman, and Kayla able to answer with a kill from about midcourt for TU. And they rummage the floor here at Chappie James, celebrating the win by the Golden Tigers in their season opener.
Coach Pamela Perkins has the 2025 team playing in midseason form. Good luck, ladies, on Monday versus Russ College at Chappie James Center. And you can see that match right here on GTSN.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
Only love could bring us to this bitter plain.
I know that I'm beneficial, I can't show no feeling.
It's time for us to go inside the vault. Thanks to former and current SIDs Arnold Houston and Jordan Benson for their insights and their love for TU athletics. And this week, we went to the top shelf of the vault and found the scoop on the first and last time that the Golden Tigers and the Tigers of Benedict met on the football field. Let's go back to 1997, 28 years ago, September 6th. It was my birthday, Tuskegee at home, and TU gave the Tigers of Benedict their first of 8 losses that they would suffer that season. 21-6 was the final score. In the most recent encounter, we opened this one up for the first time since it was placed in the vault. It had been hermetically sealed. It's the 2022 SIAC championship game. Benedict was undefeated in the regular season and had a season-high 573 yards of total offense. Final score 58-21 to give Benedict their first ever conference football title. The Golden Tigers finished with 242 yards of total offense and scored their only touchdowns on a pair of deep passes, one for 75 yards and the other for 66 yards by quarterback Bryson Williams. Quick shout out to B-Dub. As I like to say, revenge isn't the goal, redemption is. And tonight it starts anew. The next segment is one I've been waiting for all season long. From Dallas to DC, Atlanta to Los Angeles, our Golden Tiger alumni chapters have been stepping up in a major way. At the start of the season, we gave you a challenge. We launched a new tradition, the Alumni Chapter Watch and Win Contest. And our chapter presidents have been showing out all across the country. We certainly appreciate that. Here's how it works. Every Thursday, we email our alumni chapter presidents a trivia question. You'll hear that one later on during the broadcast. And then they have to send it back to us, their answer that is, hopefully they get it correct, by the end of the first quarter. Obviously, we get predictions as well. And then for a bonus, you can send in photos or videos from your watch parties as you do those all across the country. Make sure you use your custom hashtag when you do it with your chapter city included. Obviously, you send that to our official email, Golden Tigers Sports Network @gmail.com. And what's on the line? Bragging rights and a free tailgate party hosted by GTSN during Homecoming 2025. It'll be the 101st celebration at Abbott Memorial. So without further delay, let's see which cities are out front as we drop our first ever alumni chapter watch and win leaderboard. To all our chapters, keep playing, keep predicting, and keep sending those pictures and videos. We'll reveal updated standings each week on TU Game Day Live and inside of our live stream with Charles and Mark. Remember, one chapter is going to win the tailgate party and bragging rights for the ages. In a few weeks, we'll find out who the winner is. May the best city win. Here are my final thoughts. Tuskegee's road to redemption runs through Columbia tonight, a city that celebrated a title, a championship, their first ever 3 years ago at our expense. Redemption from 2022 and a bounce back from last week's loss at Jackson State is what's on the mind of our seniors because they experienced both. This team is different. This defense under new coordinator O.C. Williams has been special, and they have the opportunity to be even more special inside the conference, regardless of last week's outcome. This night belongs to the Golden Tigers, so get yourself a nice plate of food, some of your favorite food. Call a couple of friends and tell them TU and Benedict, they're in prime time for a piece of first place in the SIAC. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter will have the call. I'm Charles McNeil. Enjoy the game. I'll see you again at halftime. Go Tuskegee.
And we are live at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium in Columbia, South Carolina. That means we are on the campus of Benedict College, and that means it's time for Tuskegee football on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. It also means that I'm Charles Ward, joined as usual by Mark Lassiter with the play call. Last, Tuskegee, after losing 30-0 to the Division I FCS Jackson State University Tigers, they come in hungry against another set of Tigers, against the Benedict Tigers, in a ball game that will try to get them back in the win column.
Charles, one of your favorite artists, Michael Jackson, was here. He just might sing Man in the Mirror because both teams coming off a short week. The difference being Tuskegee coming off a short week after playing in Jackson, Mississippi against Division I Jackson State University. Fortunate to not come away with any injuries, but it'll be interesting to see how Benedict and Tuskegee respond playing on a Thursday night here in Columbia, South Carolina.
And you referenced the Golden Tigers coming out of that loss at Jackson State. They came out of that loss with a big question mark with regard to the run game. Tuskegee only able to muster up 24 yards on the ground against Jackson State. That's a formula that's definitely going to have to change here this evening.
Both teams are struggling on offense. I think the difference is that Benedict's defense has not given up any points so far this season. Tuskegee also comes in with a strong defense. We'll follow this game, but I would imagine it's going to be a very low-scoring game.
Benedict, as you referenced, holding Fayetteville State and Central State scoreless in those ball games. And Tuskegee, after giving up 30 against Jackson State, looking to turn the sails back on the defense to get them into a situation where they're a lot more comfortable in a ball game last week where they were kind of being pushed around a little bit by that Jackson State front.
That may be an understatement. I think one of the basics for Tuskegee, they've got to get back to trying to run the football. We won't mention the stats from last week because you might not believe us if we told you what Tuskegee ran for. The important thing is to see if they can generate some offense. The passing game is also going to be key for Tuskegee. They had some open receivers last week. They missed a few, did not score any points. They want to see if they can get on the scoreboard first.
TU only 11 of 20 passing last weekend. No interceptions by Bill in that ball game, but they didn't even get to 100 yards throwing the football. That combined with the sluggish running game, that suggests that the offense overall really has to flip the page here against Benedict.
And you mentioned the quarterback for Tuskegee, Beal. He's had some bright moments, but he's also had some moments where he's just missed receivers. If Beal can get on track, it'll be a huge plus for this Tuskegee offense.
They will go against a Benedict Tigers defense that's really tough on the season. That defense third overall. They're sixth in defensive passing, or third in passing, sixth on the run, fifth in first downs. It's a defense that's really consistent in all facets of covering an offense. And Tuskegee's going to have a real good challenge against that Benedict defense led by the linebacker Isaiah Stevens.
Isaiah Stevens, a stalwart on that defense for Benedict. Another thing I noticed, Charles, on offense, both teams start two freshmen up front. So the freshmen for Benedict, Isaiah Turner and Markel Moser, are going to be going up against DeMarcus Wynn and DeAndre Chapman for Tuskegee. That's going to be a matchup to watch. As you know, this is a game of matchups and dominating those matchups.
One of the matchups we're going to be looking at is that secondary of the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee against that offense of Benedict. We understand that Benedict really employs a two-quarterback system, and that may bode well for Tuskegee's secondary, who really has played some solid defense. It saved some of the passes in last weekend's contest.
You need to get out of my head because that was another match I was looking up. Tristan Morgan, the running back for Benedict, also the wide receiver Malik Mullins, 6'4", 205. He's going to be a tough matchup for Mikael King and Quincy Crawford of Tuskegee. That's going to be one to watch.
The quarterbacks, Jackson Jensen and Darius Ocean, those two going back and forth for Coach Dickerson and the Tigers of Benedict College. Pretty even matchup for those two. But last weekend, Ocean coming off of the bench, 15 of 22 passing, one touchdown, one interception, 180 yards throwing for him. So Ocean likely to get a lot of snaps this afternoon, and we'll just have to see which of those is the biggest factor for Benedict. But for Tuskegee, they want to shut them both down.
Well, the interesting thing for Tuskegee, we talked about it on the drive down here, is how much patience Tuskegee shows for their quarterback, Beal. They've got someone warming up in the bullpen. If Beal does not get off to a strong start, I have a feeling that we may see a backup sometime in the middle of the second quarter.
And if we do, it'll likely be the freshman that they've been talking about. We'll see if he makes an appearance in this football game. Meanwhile, for Tuskegee defensively, they've got to respond somehow to what they did last weekend against the Tigers of Jackson State. I know we're not going to mull too much over the numbers, but in that ball game, gave up over 500 yards of total offense. That, again, FCS versus the Division II school, and it really showed itself really around the latter stages of the ball game. Tuskegee's defense out there for an inordinate amount of time and just got worn out in the ball game.
I'm glad you put that asterisk next to the fact that Tuskegee was playing a team that had approximately twice as many scholarship players on their roster. Jackson State also coming in as the SWAC champions from last year, so that's no small feat for Tuskegee. The good news is Tuskegee came away with no significant injuries last week. They should be relatively healthy. It's going to be interesting on a humid night to keep an eye on how they recuperate or how they extend themselves during the game. I've always been concerned about this short week They've only had 3 days of recovery. And as you know, football is tough enough with 5 to 6 or 7 days of recovery, let alone having 3.
And we were talking about it. You got to factor in the travel as well. It's one thing to play at home on a Saturday and then have a short week, but it's quite another to have to travel the week before that and then travel again on the short week. So we'll see how they fare.
You know, we saw the pregame itinerary. Both teams came out about 2 hours before kickoff. And I was watching Tuskegee. They seem to be going through their warm-up routine in pregame at a very leisurely pace. So we'll see if that continues, but hopefully they'll get off to a quick start.
Tuskegee 2-1, Benedict 2-0. Getting set for the IAC contest coming to you live from Columbia, South Carolina at Benedict College. We'll take a break here on GTSN and more of the pregame show just ahead.
Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics is brought to you by the following. The U.S. Coast Guard, always ready. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. Alabama Power, for the service of Alabama. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Yellowwood, a better backyard awaits. Home Depot, how doers get more done. Utilities Board of Tuskegee, purpose, progress, people. Coca-Cola, enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Tuskegee and the surrounding community since 1938. TLAT Media, step by step, TLAT Media makes your business grow. And by Advertising Solutions, from concept to conversion, we are your advertising solution.
And we're back live here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium at Benedict College, getting set for an SIC matchup Thursday night under the lights as Tuskegee gets set to meet the Tigers of Benedict College. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter with the call. Got a full booth with us. Charles McNeil hosting the pregame show. He'll be joining you at halftime. He's inside, and Jeremiah Hall-Jones, one of the broadcasters for Benedict, here with us inside the booth as well. Mark, Tuskegee, after the loss last weekend, how important it's for them to really get a quick start in this contest.
It's very important for Tuskegee to really see if they can really put a footprint into this ball game early. We're talking about Benedict. They come in with 9 returning starters from last year. That's going to be a challenge for this Tuskegee front row.
Heard Charles McNeil referring to it in the pregame show that Benedict in the championship ball game in 2022 and 2023 went back-to-back as champions. Tuskegee, one of those victims in those back-to-back championship wins for Benedict. So a little bit of revenge in the air for Tuskegee as well. And just as it relates to SIAC play, they beat Central State, but we're getting into that part of the season now where everything else from this point on is conference play.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I was looking at the SIAC stats in the off week. It's only been I'm going to throw out that Jackson State game. This is a pivotal game in the season for both teams because once you get past game 3, you really get an understanding of what kind of team you have.
Yeah, coming after, you got to really toss that one out last week against Jackson State, but the meat of it really starts right now. Benedict at 2-0. They've already had a conference game under their belt as well, so they're looking to come in under Ron Dickerson. He's in his second year, 6-6 overall for him at Benedict. They were predicted to finish 7th in the SIAC this season. Aaron James in his 3rd campaign at Tuskegee. Aaron at 14-11 over that 3-year span. 560% win percentage for him. TU predicted to finish 3rd in the SIAC. The winningest HBCU in the nation with 721 wins, trying to take it to 722.
You mentioned head coach Ron Dickerson of Benedict. Reminds me of one of those lines out of The Godfather. This is the business we have chosen.
Yeah.
He mentioned there were a lot of holes to fill on his team, but that was the task and the job I took. Didn't have a lot of chance to get his players indoctrinated during the spring because a lot of guys went on the team. So Ron Dickerson really starting fresh here at Benedict.
And it's really kind of an interesting start for him because he comes on the heels of Sam Shade and what he did here at Miles College and taking them to those back-to-back championships.
Dickerson talked about we finished strong at the end of the year, and that's what matters. He talked about they had a good class of recruits. He feels good about where they are as a team. But the strength of this team is their defense.
Back live here at Charlie Johnson Stadium, getting set for kickoff action as Tuskegee will be receiving the football first to get things going here against the Tigers of Benedict College. We'll take a quick look at the Tuskegee offense. They'll be led by quarterback Raekwon Bill in the backfield. It'll be the senior Johnny Morris at running back, but expect to see Rouser, Leverett, Mulba, and Spivey running that football for Tuskegee as well. Up front, it'll be Elliott Howell, first team all-conference, Joey Anthony at the left guard, LeBron Merriweather in the middle, Chase Johnson, Ivan Williams, and Gregory King, the tight end for Tuskegee. Wideouts, Jermaine Hardy, Malik Thomas, E.J. Hall, and Devin Cooper. So those are the 11 on offense for the Golden Tigers as we get set for football action. And the kick to Tuskegee, and that one will be over the head of Rouser and into the end zone. Now it comes back out, and Tuskegee will have to field it down near the 1 yard line. Not sure what happened on that play when in the end zone and came out of there.
That ball hit at the
one bounce
line.
Back. Okay.
Did not go into the end zone, came back out. It was a dangerous play by Rouser because he thought it was going to be a touchback.
Indeed, I did too. I thought it was going to be 5-10 yards into the end zone and a touchback. But as you referenced, don't see a wind that kicked it back at the half, so it went straight down on the die.
The nose of the football hit the turf, and in a rare occurrence, bounced back towards the field of play. And Tuskegee is fortunate they were able to recover because Benedict was close in coverage on that kickoff.
So instead of the 25, TU going to start their first drive from scrimmage from their own 4 yard line. Get you that defensive set for Benedict after this first play from TU at the line. In the end zone, Bill will keep it on the ground. Slicing to the middle is Johnny Morris. Got a nice move there. Johnny works his way to the 10. They push him back toward the 8 yard line, but on an inside trap play by Tuskegee, got great yardage on that first play from scrimmage.
First down yardage is going to be a key for Tuskegee, especially if they decide to run the football.
They go without the huddle. We'll see if they actually run this play or they set it up and then look to the sideline. Israel Wochoka up front for Benedict, but Tuskegee going quick that time. They go right back up the middle, and that's enough for the first down, it appears, as they go right back to Johnny Martz. And Martz got it up to the 16 yard line, and that's enough for the first.
We've talked about the youth on the right side of the Tuskegee offensive line. If nothing else, last week against Jackson State, they got to look at what it feels like to play against players that are a little bit larger, a little bit more athletic. We'll see if that learning experience, that teachable moment, pays off dividends this afternoon.
1st and 10 for Tuskegee from the 16. Bill going to throw it out in the flats. Got a man there on the turn, upfield on the catch. That's Wilson, and Wilson turns it upfield for about 3 on that catch. So Rashad Wilson, the sophomore from Detroit, that's his 3rd catch of the season. And that one on a first down play, pickup of 3.5 by Tuskegee. Jeffrey Komoku lining up in there, that H-back, an extended eye to the left of Bill. Tuskegee going left to right. They'll pitch it that way. Komoku kicks out a block and staying on his feet now is Johnny Morris. Johnny tripped up, lost the football. A flag coming back at the end of that play. Johnny seemingly down near the 22. He gets up just a little bit slow. Another Tuskegee player down near the 18-yard line, and a flag on top of that.
He's trying to run behind Big Ivan Williams, the offensive lineman for Tuskegee, who is out front, seemed to be favoring his right knee as he's prone on the turf about the 18-yard line. But Williams was trying to get the block on the corner. Goes down. We're going to have a brief timeout as they sort out what's wrong with him.
Marcus Jeter and the training staff taking a look, and Coach Aaron James coming in as well. That assessment going against the Tigers of Benedict, and that'll push the football up the field for Tuskegee up to the 37-yard line. That's a first down for Tuskegee. And getting up and heading back to the sideline, that's good news for Tuskegee. Under his own power is Ivan Williams, the freshman from Newport, Alabama. Take a look at that Benedict defense. Israel Wokachu at the defensive end, Desmond Thompson, Tariq Crutchfield in the middle with Jacoby Wall at the other defensive end. At the corners is Deontay Drake and Cameron Williams. Williams, first team all-conference for Benedict. Linebacking core, it's a good one, led by Isaiah Stevens, first team all-conference. Leads the team in tackles with 18. Markel Davis in the middle and Amari Terry at the outside. Strong safety Jamal Sam and Isaiah Isidore, the free safety. So that's the defense for Benedict right now. Tuskegee on its first possession of the ball game at their own 32-yard line. Penalty coming against Benedict on the previous play. Bill, short hitch, fires it out toward the sideline. Catch made at the corner. Pushed out of bounds is E.J. Hall after Hall grabs it and runs it to near midfield for Tuskegee. Hall, ninth catch on the season for Tuskegee, came in ranked 12th in the conference with 8 for 150 yards, his first this afternoon.
I briefly thought that there might have been a flag on that last pass play as Beal took a shot after he released the pass.
Another flag coming in there last.
Looks like it will be a roughing the quarterback call against Benedict, which will give Tuskegee the football deep in Benedict territory, a 15-yard penalty.
Benedict coming in 11th in the conference in penalties at 17 for 129 yards at the start of this ball game. Two massive ones back-to-back here. Pushes Tuskegee all the way down to the Benedict 39. On the ground, TU now. They're going to go left side. Morris looking for some space. Got one at the corner. Now he turns it back to the inside. Morris inside of the 25, down to the 23. Needed only 10 coming in to get to 1,000 yards. He's already eclipsed that on this first drive for Tuskegee.
Omari Terry had an angle on the running back for Tuskegee, just overran the play. Excellent decision to cut back inside, pick up the first down for Tuskegee, who all of a sudden looked very effective running the football.
So congratulations to Johnny Morris entering that 1,000-yard club for Tuskegee. Johnny, the senior from Spanish Fort, Alabama. Fumble on the play. Bill has to dive back in to scramble on top of it. Just a miscue there with him in the center as that ball came loose on the inside.
Bill took the snap, and it appeared that he was trying to take the snap and pitch at the same time.
So the line of scrimmage now will remain. Now this will push him back a bit. Lost about 3 after the miscue to the 27-yard line. $11:23 remains in this first quarter of play. Snap at the line, another miscue there by Tuskegee. Trying to get that snap away. Think they're going to be guilty of an illegal procedure there.
And a second flag came in from the near side. Officials are huddling up right up at the 33-yard line to sort this one out. Tuskegee's offense cannot afford to get out of sync now. They've had an excellent drive, picked up a few early first downs. Now they want to really see if they can punch this into the end zone.
That'll push them back to the 32-yard line now. Consecutive penalties. This is not where Tuskegee wants this drive to fall apart based upon penalties. Came in 4th in the SIC with 18. Bill takes a drop now. Looks in the pocket. Fires. Got a man on a route. Overshoots Hall near the 5-yard line. Pass goes incomplete.
Hall is working against Darius Ocean. I should say Cam Williams, defensive back. We got a series of duplicate numbers for Benedict, so I apologize for that. But Beal looking for that in route. Notice during pregame, Tuskegee's quarterbacks were spending a lot of time throwing the deep patterns in pregame.
That incompletion makes it third down now. And 19 to go for the first down. Got to get it near the 14 for the first. Bill sets in shotgun. Now they look to the sideline for the play. TU goes right to left in this first quarter of play with 11:01 remaining in it. First drive of the football game. All Tuskegee thus far, looking to cap off with a touchdown. And Bill to the line, and Tuskegee forced to take a timeout before a delay of game called.
Head coach Aaron James was sprinting all the way from midfield to the 40-yard line trying to get that timeout, not liking what he saw from the Benedict defense.
So timeout on the field. No score. 11:01 remains first quarter. We'll take a break here on GTSN.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
Hi Tuskegee fans, I am Larkin Ryans, the kicker for Tuskegee University, and this is the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Number 2, E.J. Hall.
After the timeout, Tuskegee strikes gold from the 32-yard line. Bill drops back in the pocket, and he finds its favorite receiver, E.J. Hall, on a crossing route. Hall had to go up top to get it, came away with it in the end zone, and Tuskegee leads it 6-0.
E.J. Hall on an amazing in route. Beal steps up, makes an accurate throw, and a diving catch into the middle of the end zone.
So TU up 6-0. Ryan Larkin now with the point after. And Larkin Ryan's good on the point after, and TU leads at 7-0 over the Tigers of Benedict. Exactly what TU needed, Mark. He's talked about it in the pregame. A quick start was in order. They get one by going the length of the field for the touchdown.
The importance of that play, Charles, that came on a 3rd and 18 call after Tuskegee was victimized by the penalty on that drive. So an amazing comeback for them to score that touchdown with 10:54 remaining in the first quarter. Tuskegee off to that quick start.
So about a 32-yard pass from Bill to E.J. Hall across the middle. Hall had to go high to get it, was able to do it, and comes down with the touchdown for Tuskegee. So Hall with his second touchdown grab of the campaign. Bill on the season for Tuskegee. That's his 5th touchdown throwing for the Golden Tigers. Very impressive start for Tuskegee offensively. Now the question becomes what we see from the defense.
Well, Benedict now learns what it feels like to be scored on for the first time in 2025. Tuskegee with that drive. It'll be interesting to see how Tuskegee's defense responds playing with a lead.
Benedict on offense. We'll take a look at them. Not sure if it'll be Jensen or Ocean calling the signals for them, but they will be behind the front line of Isaiah Richardson, Isaiah Turner, Jason Miller, Marquell Moser, Tariq Monroe, and the tight end Ryan Kennedy. The wideouts, Jason Williams, Troy Hillman, and Malik Mullins. That's the one that the Tuskegee secondary is going to have to keep an eye on, is Mullins.
Charles, you know there were some rumblings about Beal possibly being replaced during this ball game, no matter how it went. And sometimes you can never tell what kind of fire that may light under a player. Beal looking very sharp on that first drive.
Indeed he did. You hear little things in the background to motivate you even more. For the Tigers of Benedict, it'll be Morgan Threston, the junior, getting most of the carries for them, with Travon Finney and Caleb Pearson not dressing for Benedict. They're injured. So that trio, it'll be Tristan handling the football mostly on the runs. Zane Spires and Colton Ford, that's a special teams unit for Benedict. And the timeout, Tuskegee with an early 7-0 lead as Tuskegee gets the score first here. So Tuskegee now set to kick the football away. And Larkin Ryan set to do that. Ryan's player of the week for Tuskegee in week 1 of the season.
Ryan's during pregame hit a field goal from 52 yards out.
He's been flirting with it throughout the ball games. He's tried it twice this season. One was blocked, and the other one just didn't get the right accuracy on it. This one will have a run back for the Tigers of Benedict. Angling right side, looking for a block there and headed upfield. And at the 30-yard line, return up the field for Benedict by Jackson Williams, the sophomore from Dothan, Alabama. Stop made on special teams for Tuskegee by Ryan. So Benedict now, they'll have their first crack at it offensively. Tuskegee possessing that football for a good amount of time here in that first quarter of play, 10:46, and it turns over to Benedict for their first possession of the football game.
Key to their offense, they have 2 guards. Turner goes 340 pounds, Moser 390.
So the Tigers to the line of scrimmage. And on the snap, firing out in the flats, catch made there at the corner. It was Darius Ocean who took the first snap at quarterback for Benedict, and Ocean fires out in the flats, and he found Jackson Williams. Williams on the kick return, and his first reception of the ball game for Benedict. That'll be his 4th on the season.
I mentioned that because we're talking about matchups. Win goes 280 for Tuskegee, Chapman 270.
Benedict goes left to right on your listening device in this first quarter on the blitz now. They force Oceans up in the pocket. It steps past one would-be tackler, got it past the line of scrimmage. Falls forward to about the 39-yard line. Tuskegee was coming on a blitz there. They just could not wrap their arms around him fully. Kawan Kimber coming up the middle. Got picked up at the last moment on the block.
Also like the pursuit by Emmanuel Cannon, Tuskegee defensive lineman, actually overran the play, got in on the tackle on the back end.
So that'll make it 3rd down and 3 for Benedict. 9:50 remains first quarter. TU leads 7-0. Ocean, the 6-foot, 200-pound senior left-hander in the shotgun for Benedict. Running back on his hip to the left. They'll ball fake it there. Ocean trying to get to the corner. Missed on the tackle there. Spins ahead. He's got enough for a first down. Just got out of the outstretched arms of Messiah Wells, who was lunging for him. And a good scramble by Ocean. He's got enough for the Benedict first down.
Wells was in pursuit from the opposite side of the field. Had a shot at him, but just wasn't able to make that shoestring tackle. Benedict now with the big first down.
At their own 42-yard line. Football at the left hash mark. Pistol set for Ocean. Running back sidecar left to him. Tuskegee with 5 up front. They're trying to get pressure at the corners. He'll fire out in the flats. Catch made up top on the turn. It's Malachi Jones, the sophomore from Gainesville, Florida, on the catch for Benedict.
I'm going to take back what I said at the beginning of this ball game about this being a defensive struggle, because both offenses seem to be coming out gaining in rhythm as they get more reps.
Jones with his 9th catch of the season, 21st in the conference in receptions coming into tonight's ball game. Pickup of 7 on the grab there by Jones up top on the pass. Ocean steps to the line. 3 receivers down at the bottom, or 2 is right. Pressure. He'll float it up top. Got a man behind the coverage. Over the shoulder catch. That catch is made downfield by Jones again. And Jones works his way all the way down to the 2-yard line. Just one-on-one coverage, and he beat it.
Give credit to Ocean for stepping up in the face of pressure by 2 defensive players, making an accurate throw way downfield for the completion.
50 yards on the pass route from Ocean to Jones. They go back-to-back on the pass and reception, but this time it's a big one. They are inside the 5 of the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Jones joined by Morgan in the backfield. Snap, give to Morgan. Met at the line of scrimmage, but slides to his right and got it down near the 2. Quick hitting play on the inside by Benedict. And it's 2nd and goal to go for them from the 2-yard line now.
Ocean looking to the sideline for the play. 6 foot tall, 200 pounds. Give him credit, the left-hander, for guiding this offense deep in the red zone.
Big pass play to Jones to get him down there. Now it's 2nd and goal to go. Ocean, he'll take the snap, straight drop. They float it to the corner and over the shoulder catch. Easy touchdown there by the Tigers of Benedict.
Ocean on a 3-step drop, very decisive to the far corner of the end zone on the right side. Benedict answers.
Got it to Troy Hillman, the sophomore from Miami. And Benedict, as your reference, Mark, coming right back with the touchdown after an easy drive down the field after the long pass. And they convert on the pass to the corner of the end zone. And on now is Zane Spires, the freshman, to try the point after. Spires knocks it through, and Tuskegee and the Tigers of Benedict tied at 7 each. So TU scores on its first possession. Benedict does the same. We'll take a break with 6:59 left in the first quarter. More Tuskegee football ahead on GTSN.
Hey, Golden Tiger fans. Arthur A.J. Woodson here, class of 2010, current president for the New York Tuskegee Alumni Association, encouraging all other alumni chapters to sign up for this year's Golden Tiger Sports Network Alumni Chapter Challenge, grand prize being a deluxe tailgate experience being held at this year's homecoming. Sign your chapters up now so that you can be a part of the weekly score predictions, trivia during the game, and even have a live check-in during the game on the GTSN if your chapter is hosting a watch party. So sign up and be a part of this year's Alumni Chapter Challenge.
Hello, Tuskegee Nation. I'm Dr. Mark Brown, President and CEO of Tuskegee University. This is our First Lady, Miss Gwendolyn Jackson Brown. We are so excited about the Golden Tiger Sports Network and this year's season. TU, you know.
We're back live here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium in Benedict College campus. Columbia, South Carolina, 7-7 score. Benedict answering real easy after the touchdown by Tuskegee, Mark.
Well, speaking about Ocean's 11, he was one of the transfers to join the team.
That.
Benedict is his 3rd college stop. He started his career at Western Kentucky before transferring to Johnson C. Smith in Charlotte. So last year, the 5th-year senior completed 56% of his passes for 2,301 yards and 16 touchdowns.
As we referenced, he came in substitution of Jensen in last weekend's ball game. Got to start here this afternoon. Going to be tough for Jensen to pull it away from him. He continues to throw like that for Benedict as he's doing here in the early going.
What you notice about Ocean is very decisive off the short drop. Didn't do a lot of surveying the field. He knew exactly where he wanted to deliver the football.
And Malachi Jones, a sophomore, showing some speed there at the wideout to get those 2 big receptions to get him down in that red zone. So Tuskegee now will have to answer the touchdown by Benedict. Spires will kick it. Rouser and Cooper stand deep. This one's going to be a short kick fielded by one of the up men for Tuskegee. Up near the 35-yard line. A little scrum coming in after that play. TU will have the football. On the return for Tuskegee was the tight end, Gregory King Jr. Greg with the sure hands got it up near the 33-yard line. They'll mark it at the 34. That's where TU starts offensively.
King did an excellent job of handling that line drive kick in the air over his shoulder and then returning it for a decent yards after the catch.
Just looking at some of the numbers so far, receptions in this ball game, Benedict got 4 on that first possession. That led them primarily to that touchdown to make it 7-7. Tuskegee now on the ground. They go right back to the inside. Good push up front by that offensive line for Tuskegee, and the pack continues to move up near the 41-yard line. They let them just keep pushing and pushing, and the men up front from Tuskegee took it from the line of scrimmage almost to the first down marker.
Tuskegee with its own version of the brotherly shove on that last carry. Thought the running back was stopped for about 2 yards, but the pile kept moving for an additional 5, bringing up this second and about 3 yards to go for the first down.
Line of scrimmage will be the 41-yard line. Football resting at the right hash mark. TU goes right to left in this first quarter with 6:12 remaining in it. On the ground, Johnny sidesteps one with first tackler, spins to his right. Now the pack catches up with him there, and it'll stop him near the 41-yard line, right at the initial line of scrimmage.
So we talked about man in the mirror, and both of these teams feature 5'9" running backs. They're not very big, but they try to use their quickness at the line of scrimmage. They don't mind running those shorter players up the middle.
Pick up 2 on that. Play it out to make it 3rd down and 1. Gut check for that line of scrimmage for Tuskegee to see if they can't push that defense back to get that first down and keep the football. TU in its gray trunks, white jerseys, crimson numbers, and the crimson helmets. In motion comes to tight end King. They'll run it back the other way. Morris got some space at the corner. He's got the first down. At midfield, has his legs cut from under him, but not until he gets to the 42-yard line on the Tiger side of the field.
Excellent decision by Morris to bounce that outside. There was nothing doing off left tackle. Morris at the 50-yard line decides to use his speed to get to the corner, picks up the first down.
Yeah, they brought the tight end King to the left side as a decoy, looking like they were going to run that way. And Johnny, as you referenced, cut it back to the right side. Found the sideline. Was not able to do that last weekend against the tighter defense of the Tigers of Jackson, meaning the speedier defense, but got to the corner this time.
Well, let's just go ahead and say the Tigers of Jackson State are a little bit different from the Tigers of Benedict.
Benedict, just a little bit. On the ground. This time they run it right side. Legs tripped from under him on the carry. That time for TU was Rouser. So Jaquil with his first carry of the football game. That one goes for no gain for Tuskegee. Actually may have lost a half yard on it. We go to 4:33 remaining first quarter. Tuskegee 7, Benedict 7.
Would not be surprised to see Aaron James take another deep shot on 2nd down.
They are at the 44-yard line, or 43 of the Tigers of Benedict. Receivers, Slotty this side to Bill, joined in the backfield with 1 running back, Rouser. 4 up front for Benedict. Ball fake, Bill takes a drop, looking upfield, sidestep, shoots toward the end zone. Hall giving chase 2 or 3 yards in front of him. You called it though, Lassiter, right on top of it.
He had him 3 yards of separation. Ball was just overthrown deep down the middle. Head coach Aaron James got the look that he wanted. The safety's playing a little bit soft for Benedict. Pass was just slightly overthrown.
Gabriel Garman checking in for that Tuskegee receiving corps. Right now, it's Jermaine Hardy lining up there with Rashard Wilson there in a slot at the bottom. At the top, right of the quarterback, Bill. This Garman had just got on the field, and Evan Cooper. So slots either side for Bill. The ball still at the 43. 3rd down and 10. Bill, short drop, pressure at the corners. He feels it, dumps, got a man there and waiting, but overshoots the running back sliding out of the backfield.
Before the snap count, you could see Bill bouncing up and down. He was not happy with the way his team got to the line of scrimmage and the snap count. That play was destined to just be a little bit out of sync, but as he's trying to hit the receiver in the flat, misses him.
Yeah, Rouser just on a little curl back route. He was there, but Bill just too much air under the football. So TU with a drive that stalls at the 43-yard line of Benedict set to punt the football away. Callum Brent set to do that. Saw him in the hotel last night. So I said, Callum, so where are you from in Australia? Naturally, as he bounces one inside, it rolls down inside the 5, down near the 4-yard line.
I'm surprised we didn't get a procedure call against Tuskegee because it appeared one of their gunners left it very early on that last punt. They're going to let that one slide.
So it'll be from the 4 that the Benedict College Tigers take the football with 3:47 remaining in this first quarter of play, tied at 7. This for our coverage.
At kickoff, temperature was 88 degrees. Fortunately, it's been somewhat an overcast day, so it hasn't been direct sunlight. Probably going to cool off another few degrees as we get closer to halftime, but a very comfortable evening so far.
Good punt there from Callum Brent to set the Tigers of Benedict, starting this drive inside their own 5. Freshman from Melbourne, Australia. Saw his parents in the hotel last night. Had a good entourage with his parents and family members joining him on the road. Tuskegee in earnest SIAC play this Thursday night after falling to Jackson State last weekend.
Now,
2-1.
The views and opinions expressed are strictly my own. I still am not a fan of Thursday night football because folks have jobs on Friday.
Well, you're getting paid on this Thursday night, so
I appreciate that.
Well, maybe not tonight, but it's coming. Yeah, referencing the crowd here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium. Certainly is not as packed as you would see on a Saturday afternoon, and that's one of the trade-offs, and it's been a long-standing trade-off with Division II schools, primarily HBCUs. Do you try to get the exposure on a Thursday night ball game versus a better gate on Saturday with the crowd?
And in all seriousness, Thursday night games have a long way to go to catch on to the culture of HBCU football.
Yeah, that may not be just your opinion. Yeah, a lot of people share that. Yeah, just the difficulty of squeezing that into a regular work schedule. One of the realities of it. So Benedict now, after Tuskegee's drives falters, they'll take it over. They work it right down at the line of scrimmage, running up the middle and past the initial line of scrimmage up to the 6-yard line.
Kaquan Kimber for Tuskegee getting a few extra shots in now. This is an opportunity for the Tuskegee defense to see if they can keep the Benedict offense inside the red zone.
Pickup of 3 on that play. They move it out to the 7. Ocean lines up in the pistol. One back to his right, slots either side. Benedict left to right on your listening dial. Ocean fires it at the corner. Pass goes incomplete, trying to find it out there into the hands of Charles Trey Simmons, the senior from Temple Terrace, Florida. But I think Simmons heard some footsteps there. That's why he turned a little early and left that football behind. So that'll make it 3rd down now for Benedict. Tuskegee, if they can hang tight here and force that punt, they will have excellent field position on the exchange of the football. But got to shut Benedict down here on this 3rd down and about 7. Tied at 7. First quarter action. 3:07 remains in it. Ocean in shotgun. He'll take the snap. Pressure at the corners. Floats it up top. Got a man behind the defense. He'll come back for the football and knocked away at the very last moment by Timothy Grayson Jr. Timothy trying to catch up with the play and just got the hand up in the right piece of space to knock it down.
Grayson was fortunate that ball was underthrown. The receiver for Benedict actually had about a 3-yard separation, about the 45-yard line. The ball seemed to hang up just an extra count to allow Grayson to make a play on it.
Yeah, he had to come back and, as you referenced, make up that distance. And the pass by Ocean had some air on it, so a break for Tuskegee. So Benedict punt the football away, standing in the middle of the end zone, aspires to do that. Got the kick away. Hall lets it bounce, and it shoots right out of bounds inside of the 40-yard line on the Benedict side of the field. So Tuskegee will take that every day of the week. Good, solid defense, and they'll get the football back on Benedict's half of the field.
Excellent place to start a drive for the Tuskegee Golden Tigers. Be curious to see how aggressively they attack this zone.
Football will be at the 38-yard line, or the 37 is where they'll have it. Love to see Tuskegee maybe not try to get it all on one play, but break this field up into 10-yard segments and get these first downs and work your way to the end zone that way. Bill's already missed on a couple of long passes. Got a good crossing route for Hall to catch that first touchdown. That was about 32 yards away. On the ground, Morris tiptoes toward the outside. Somebody grabbed him from behind. He spins around to make sure he protects the football, sliding toward the sideline. Got about 2 on the pickup as a result.
Morris got a nice block from Justin Lively, the offensive lineman for Tuskegee. If they can get a push on that right side where they're very young, it'll be a huge advantage for the Golden Tigers.
Yeah, you can see Johnny at the end of that play. He had already beat the defense, but somebody ripped at that football, so he had to turn, get his momentum back toward the football to pull that football to his body. So that'll make it 2nd down and showing 7 on the scoreboard. Let's call it 8, though. from the 35. Snap to Beal. On the ground, Morris stutter steps, turns his body to the inside, hit the surface, lost the football. They'll roll it down on contact with the carpet here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium.
Credit Cam Williams of Benedict getting that shot in as Morris was going airborne, actually with his back to the line of scrimmage.
We've seen him do that first couple of ball games of the season. He does not mind trying to aerial a player with a hop. He's hopped over a couple of defenders, and that time, as you referenced, kind of went with his back to the defense, spread his legs, and fell to his back near the 32. Third down and a long 6 for Tuskegee. 1:28 left. Beal dropped the football, regains, fires, shot it high, but the catch made by Morris. Morris about a yard shy of the marker at the 28-yard line, but likely going to see Tuskegee go for it here, but with Larkin Ryans at the sideline, you almost have an assured 3 if you try to kick this football.
Give credit to Beal, though, improvising off the fumbled snap from center that was a low snap, finds a receiver, bring up this 4th, and appears to be about a yard and a half to go for the first down.
So Tuskegee going to try to make a statement here offensively on this 4th and 1 from the 28 of the Tigers of Benedict. We'll see if they go quickly on the counter. If they try to get Benedict to jump first, they'll go quickly. On the ground, straight ahead. That's enough for the first down. Banging and spinning on the turn is Rouser. Rouser down to the 20-yard line. TU, no doubt about it, very aggressive, very deliberate.
I like the fact that Tuskegee got to the line of scrimmage, did not play around with a long snap count, got up, went on a short count, picked up the first down.
Football just outside of the red zone, and TU with a fresh set of downs. We're under a minute remaining in this first quarter, evenly played at 7 each.
If you want to make offensive linemen happy, let them run block a few times.
Sure. I think they'll be happy after that result. They got the best of Benedict up front there. Pistol for Bill. In motion, receiver. Ball fake, shoots it across the middle. Hall is there. Hall again. Touchdown, Tuskegee.
Talk about a quarterback standing in the pocket, taking a hit. Raekwon Beal, as soon as he's releasing that football, took a shot in the chest, but delivered an accurate throw. Tuskegee, their second touchdown of the evening.
You're becoming true in terms of your assessment about Beal. Every time he's got some time and he can stand tall in that pocket, he has been spot on. Twice in this game, he's been spot on with the pass to Hall on a crosser. That time, Hall with the second touchdown grab of the ball game. Ryans with the point after. Larkin knocks it through for Tuskegee. So with 37 seconds remaining in this first quarter to play, TU back up top. They lead at 14-7 over the Tigers of Benedict. Let's take a break here on GTSN.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Hello, Tuskegee fans. My name is Johnny Morris III, running back at Tuskegee University, and this is the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Back live here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium. Tuskegee scores again. Combination of Bill and E.J. Hall results in a touchdown. TU up 14-7.
Did someone say this would be a low-scoring contest?
I'm looking at the guy that said it. Kick into the end zone. It'll be touched back there for Benedict as Jamal Sam has to take a knee in the end zone. So Benedict will come out from their own 25.
Let's flash back to Raekwon Beal for a second. When he's able to set and throw from a strong platform on balance, he's normally very accurate. Where Beal gets in trouble is where he's trying to throw on the run off balance. Beal on the last 2 touchdown throws, able to plant that back foot, deliver an accurate throw.
20-yard pass from Bill to E.J. Hall for the touchdown. As Benedict's offense comes back out onto the field. Tuskegee, after playing Jackson State over the weekend, here on this Thursday at Benedict College. Back in action at Tuskegee on the 27th against the Wildcats of Fort Valley, a military appreciation weekend at Tuskegee. 5-play, 37-yard drive for TU. Pass batted at the line and almost picked off there by Tuskegee.
Javion Miller at the diving attempt at about the 30-yard line. But you talk about coming off the short week, Charles, especially against Jackson State. It was always curious to see what type of team would get off the bus and play this evening. Now, Tuskegee started strong. I think what's going to really be important is how they're able to play in the third and fourth quarter.
Pass batted at the line of scrimmage there. Field on the 20-yard pass to Hall to cap that drive. And on the ground, Benedict back the other way. Got a man slicing past the initial line of scrimmage. That's Morgan falling ahead past the 30 up near the 31-yard line.
If not for the saving tackle of Michael McGuire, Morgan might have picked up another 15 yards because he had the corner and a lot of space.
That'll make it third down and about 4 now for the Tigers of Benedict. And looks like we got a timeout taken. I think Benedict may have taken that one. I beg your pardon. We're coming to the end of the first quarter here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium. At the end of one quarter, Tuskegee leads at 14-7 over the Tigers of Benedict. We'll step out on GPS and get to start the second quarter after this break.
Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics is brought to you by the following. The U.S. Coast Guard, always ready. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. Alabama Power, for the service of Alabama. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Yellowwood, a better backyard awaits. Home Depot, how doers get more done. Utilities Board of Tuskegee, purpose, progress, people. Coca-Cola, enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Tuskegee and the surrounding community since 1938. TLAT Media, step by step, TLAT Media makes your business grow. And by Advertising Solutions, from concept to conversion, we are your advertising solution.
Back live here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium, Benedict College, Tuskegee leading at 14-7 as we head into the second quarter of play.
If the Edwin Hawkins Singers were here,
oh boy,
they break into Oh Happy Day. Tuskegee 12 attempts, 64 yards rushing, a turnaround from where they were last week.
No doubt about it. TU trying to get the ground game going last weekend in the ball game, only had 24 yards of rushing.
Shh, don't say that too loud. Don't say that too loud.
We only said in the breath that they've doubled that here almost in this first quarter of play. So just trying to give it some context, that's all. And that was the concern coming into this ball game. Could they get that running game intact? And so far, so good for Tuskegee.
Led by Johnny Morris, 9 carries for 60 yards.
TU, 9 first downs in that first quarter of play. That's very impressive. 67 in the air, time of possession. 9 minutes, 33 seconds for the Golden Tigers compared to 5:27 for Benedict. And most of that was in that first possession by Tuskegee as they drove it and got that first touchdown on the ball game.
Another encouraging stat, Raekwon Beal, 5 of 8 for 67 yards and 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Beal needed 20 yards, I believe, in the air to get to 2,000 passing, and he's already surpassed that with 67 here in that first quarter. So congratulations to him and to Johnny Mars for personal milestones in the Tuskegee football program. Set to begin second quarter action now. Ocean and Benedict starting from their 31. They face a 3rd down and 4 as we go into the second quarter. TU got 3 up front. Now they're showing a blitz by the backers who drop back. Now they're coming on it. Pressure on the inside, unloading it, and pass goes incomplete. Ocean trying to get it out of his hands up to his right, but tried to get it to Morgan coming out of the backfield. Good pressure by TU to blow that play up.
Ocean was feeling the pressure by Zena Mulva II coming on a blitz. Or let me correct that, Antonio Knight Jr. We've got a lot of duplicate numbers. Tuskegee has 2 number 11s. Antonio Knight Jr. that time on the corner blitz.
And the pressure there forced the incompletion, and Spires and Benedict to punt the football away. EJ stands at the 34-yard line for Tuskegee. He's already scored on 2 touchdown passes. Trying to kick it away from him. EJ, middle of the field. He'll have a run back here. Squeezes at the 22. Sideline short side for him. Trying to beat one man at the corner. Turns its back to the defense. Spins his way up to the 36, perhaps the 37-yard line. Good return by Hall. Tuskegee, decent possession to start this handle here of the football. Field position going to be at the 37, left hash mark.
On kick coverage for Benedict, Isaiah Brown seemed to get a little bit high on the face mask, or the helmet, I should say, of the return man. Fortunately, there wasn't a flag thrown on that stance. Tuskegee sets up shop at their own 37-yard line.
E.J. Hall targeted 5 times in that first quarter, 3 catches, 62 yards, 2 touchdowns. First one for 32, second for 20. Bill in shotgun. In motion, now sliding back to the right is Cooper. On the ground, looking for some space left side, breaking the first wave of the defense is Rouser. And Rouser got it back to the line of scrimmage, not much more after that.
Player that we haven't called a lot this season, Charles Gabriel Garman. Very talented wide receiver for Tuskegee. Lined up on the right side, was showing a deep route just for a little camouflage. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tuskegee try to go to Garman in the shallow zone.
Garman, 19 catches a year ago for Tuskegee, only 2 thus far in the 2025 campaign. He will not be forgotten as this season elapses for Tuskegee. Snap to Bill on the ground. They go left side again. Rouser looking for space, slides back to the inside. May have gotten the yard, not much more. Pretty much the same play from the previous one, seeing what they could find on the left flank. That'll bring up a quick third down here for Tuskegee.
And as you know, Charles, coaches like to call plays in sequences. That time, Golden Tigers sent Devon Cooper, the wide receiver, in the same place they sent Garman deep on the previous play.
Speaking of sequence, 13:34 left in this first half. Our sequence continues with Charles McNeil handling our half. Tuskegee with a 14-7 lead right now with 13:20 remains. First half, Bill with the drop. Fires upfield at the corner. Got a man there. Catch made and scooting out of bounds. Far side of the field for Tuskegee. Grab made there by Malik Thomas. Thomas with his first catch of the ball game.
I like the play design by head coach Aaron James. That time, got a man in the shallow zone on the left side after running 2 consecutive receivers deep to the right side.
So that's a first down for Tuskegee. We have another timeout on the field after TU moves the change. It'll come with 13:10 remaining in this first half, and it comes with TU leading at 14-7. Let's take a break here on GTSN.
Oh, it's hard to explain. It's really important to me.
Hi, Tuskegee Nation. I'm Aaron James, head coach at Tuskegee University, and you're watching the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Trivia? It's a top minute trivia. Back live here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium. Tuskegee with a 14-7 lead while we got a break in the action. I know our alumni chapters are anxiously awaiting our trivia question for today's ball game. Giving it to you a little bit late because the action was so heavy and fast in that first quarter of play. So here it comes. Are you ready? Under which head coach did Tuskegee? That's last week's question. Let me get caught up here. We got a little comment about last week's question, though, in just a moment. Outside of college football, which major athletic event was Coach Cleveland involved? That's our trivia question for this week. Outside of college football, which major athletic event was Coach Cleveland Abbott involved? And we'll get you the answer coming up here in the second half of this ball game.
I like the design of these trivia questions so far this season.
It's Charles McNeil, our
He's on his
pregame
job.
and halftime host, yes.
Charles proving to be a man of many talents who's really doing an excellent job helping out.
Yeah, also doing some spotting for us up here. We might have to give him half of your check. No, not going to go that far?
I don't think you can divide my check in half.
We could.
I'm just saying the numbers may not work.
Yeah. I don't think they would. After the timeout, Tuskegee trying to multiply some of his numbers. They lead 14-7. They go on the ground right side. This one snuffed out right there at the line of scrimmage. Coming out from underneath that pile for Tuskegee. Rouser carrying the football, and Jaquil got about 2 on that play.
Rouser running behind big Roland Grimmett, offensive lineman for Tuskegee. A name we haven't called a lot this season. It appears that head coach Aaron James is trying to get some new faces into the rotation up front.
And don't want to confuse this week's trivia question with last week, but we were looking at the question we asked last week, which was under which coach did Tuskegee enjoy dominance in the early 2000s, including multiple SIC titles. Talk about that one after this play. Bill, ball fake in the pocket, looking upfield, got a man behind the coverage. It's Garmin. Garmin lays out, and Garmin in stride catches it near the 13-yard line. You must have a black pepper shaker that you're looking into the future, calling these.
I brought my mojo hand with me tonight. Gabriel Garmin streaking deep downfield on the left side, making an excellent catch, and also showing the footwork to keep a foot in bounds because he was dangerously close as that ball is going to the sideline.
Indeed, you're right. Garmin, as you referenced, onto the field and actually making impact on a 46-yard reception from Bill just inside the markers. Down, they mark him at the 9. Good play there by Gabriel. Again, going right back the same way. Look, see a flag here. Garmin trying to cut back into the inside, and he was taken down.
Jimmy Smith said, I got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. That time the receiver for Tuskegee had tight coverage and just simply got run into by the defensive back for Benedict. We're going to get Tuskegee having the benefit of a first and short call coming up.
It was Isaiah Isidore on the defensive coverage for Benedict, if you can call it that. That was more like a wrestling move there. Just wrestled Garmin to the ground, and TU will go half the distance as your reference mark. They'll put him down near the 5-yard line.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 13. Spot foul. Automatic first down.
From the spot, Tuskegee can pick up a first down without scoring a touchdown.
So Bill to the line of scrimmage now. They'll mark him out the 6. In motion, on the ground. Inside, Spivey creates the contact. They push the pack inside the 5, down near the 4.
I like how the Tuskegee running backs, however small they may be, when they get first contact, they're keeping those feet moving, picking up extra yards after contact, which is huge.
So that Ronaldo's first carry of the football game for Tuskegee. Beg your pardon, that's Zena Mulba on that carry for TU. So Mulba got it just inside the 5. He joins Bill in the backfield once again. And on the ground, Mulba trying to work left side. And good surge there by Benedict up front. Mulba knocked down in his tracks, didn't get it back to the line of scrimmage. Back near the 7 or 8, depending on the mark.
Charles Tuskegee likes to show a pass formation, trying to spread the offense out and running behind that. But the only problem was Jacoby Wall for Benedict had other ideas, coming on a blitz from his defensive lineman position from the outside, busted up the rhythm of that play.
So it's 3rd and goal to go now for Tuskegee, although they got to go from the 8-yard line to get to the end zone. Bill joined by Mulba in the backfield. Mulba, right pocket of Zena, or Bill. Across the middle, back of the end zone, that one thrown incomplete. Beal takes a tumble after passing that one in the backfield, but no flag thrown on that.
Now, that's a case of Beal trying to throw while he's moving backwards. He's actually backpedaling, was not set, overthrew the receiver in the deep corner of the end zone.
Injured Tiger for Benedict down near the 13-yard line. That'll be 4th down after the incompletion, and that'll bring up Larkin Ryans for Tuskegee after play resumes as they attend to the injured Benedict player. Not able to make out that number, but down near the 13 or the 16-yard line.
It's unusual that you have a player down on that position of the field. That comes right at the point where the pass rush was making contact with Beal. So they may have gotten tangled up after Beal delivered the football.
And they're going to take a timeout to attend to the injured player. While they do that, let's go back to that trivia question we were talking about. We'll give you the one for this week first. Outside of college football, which major athletic event was Coach Cleveland Abbott involved? That's your question for this week, alumni chapters. So be sure to send in your answers to the Golden Tiger Sports Network at gmail.com. And we'll get that registered for you. I had Charles talking about some of the leadership in terms of the chapters that are leading at this point in the season. That's an important category when you respond to the trivia question. So when you get that trivia question, that leads to your total over the course of the week.
Well, especially if it includes some benefits that will be paid off at homecoming, because if you know anything about Tuskegee homecoming, last year there were 47,000 people in attendance. This year, we probably expect some of the same. So if there's any type of free benefit that comes with answering the trivia question, I'm all for it.
Yeah, with the trivia questions, you get 25 points, and you predictions in terms of who's going to win or lose the ball game, you get 50 for each chapter that responds with a prediction or to the trivia question. And you get 100 points if you have a watch party for Tuskegee football. And you can do the watch party even if it's an audio stream. You just have to send us a clip showing that you and your friends are enjoying Tuskegee's football, either streaming, audio, or both.
Well, what you can do if Tuskegee is streaming or broadcast on a competing network, just turn down their sound and tune in to Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Indeed. We'll give you credit for that. Yeah. We just need to see that you're there. Probably what's our minimum on that, Mac? Maybe 3 people? Can't have just you and your best friend. I don't know if that counts. I guess you are watching. But
what qualifies as a viewing party?
Well, we have to look. That AI will tell us what's a party, right? Yeah. Well, I think it just depends on the characters you have at the party as to whether you're having one or not. But last weekend's trivia question was, under which head coach did Tuskegee enjoy a dominant run in the early 2000s, including multiple SIC titles? Had a couple of answers to come in last week. Most of them cited Rick Comegee. Comegee, the 1996 to 2005 head coach at Tuskegee. And Rick at Tuskegee had 4 SIC titles during that time. Also, the National Black College Championship in that year 2000 season, in which they went 12-0. But you could have also responded with the Willie Slater, the head coach of Tuskegee from 2006 to 2021, although that may not be considered early 2000s. We weren't pulling hairs about that. If you had either one of those answers, we gave it to you. And Coach Slater with an impressive 7 SIAC titles in his stint at Tuskegee and have 5 National Black College titles. So not only are you talking about the quality of players that come through that Tuskegee athletics per all, in this case football, but the quality of the coaches just continues to evolve at Tuskegee as well.
You talk about Coach Slater, and sometimes things just don't look right. When Coach Slater left Tuskegee,
sure,
went to the AU Center, things didn't work out. Just wasn't a fit there. But you could tell that Coach Slater was meant for Tuskegee, and Tuskegee was meant for Coach Slater. It just was an excellent marriage.
Indeed, over 16 years, just a very impressive record at Tuskegee. Injured player now being attended to as they bring on transport to take them off the field. So with that transpiring on the field, let's take a quick break here on GTSN.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
so less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15.
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
As play resumes here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium, injured Tiger Naziah Austin Williams taken off in transport. Wish him well. Tuskegee on to try a 25-yard field goal by Larkin Ryans, and they go quickly after the timeout, and Ryans knocks it through for Tuskegee, and TU builds on its lead now, 17-7 over the Tigers of Benedict College.
Good news for both teams. Anytime you see a player carted off, it's much better to see them carted off while they're sitting up as to being prone on a stretcher. Tuskegee with the 3 points takes that 17-7 lead with 10 minutes and 29 seconds remaining in this first half, as you mentioned. So an excellent drive by Tuskegee. Didn't get what they wanted, but they came away with points.
Ryan's second and field goals starting today's play. He's 5 of 9 now on the season. And just connected there from 25 yards away for Tuskegee. 31-29, 42-33, and now 25 yards away for Ryan on his 5 field goals. They'll kick it away, and on the return for the Tigers is Williams. Williams turns his back to the defense, caught in the 87-yard line and wrestled to the turf there. So Tuskegee extend the leads now with 10:21 left in this first half of play. Charles McNeil coming on with the Alabama Power post halftime show here live from this Thursday night ball game at Benedict College.
Give credit to Arno Sellers, backup running back on the kick coverage team, making that hit.
Sellers getting his name called. One of that trio or that multiple running back complement at Tuskegee. Ocean in the shotgun. He'll take a snap on the ground. Leaves it inside. Tuskegee gang tackling there near the 28-yard line. Pack sliding toward the sideline.
First player in on the tackle for Tuskegee, Yusef Shah, the defensive lineman. Now, he's only 6'4", 245. He's going against that big offensive front for Benedict, using his speed rather than his bulk to get in on the tackle.
Pick up a yard on the play. That'll make it 2nd down and 9 now for Benedict.
Some confusion up front for Tuskegee.
They got 4 as they spread it across the front. 3 backers sitting. Ocean going to step up, sees the lane. Now they force him back to his right. He'll raise, fires downfield, and the pass goes incomplete. And they have a flag thrown in there, and we will. Covering that play, beat on the play for Tuskegee. And the flag coming in as a result of that.
Tristan Morgan, the running back for Benedict, was coming back for the football. One of the things that coaches emphasize, the defensive backs find the ball in the air. Morgan came back for the ball. Defensive back did not see where he was, picks up the penalty.
So that'll be an automatic first down for the Tigers of Benedict. Trying to pick up the number of the player for Tuskegee in the defensive coverage there, if you can call it that. Had its back facing the line of scrimmage and just threw his hands up. They got him hit for that. Listed as 25. Don't have that one on our roster. We'll try to identify that player at the intermission. Quick hitting hit now for the Tigers of Benedict. They go right up the middle and past the 40 down to the 35-yard line. Big play on the inside. David Smith. David Smith listed there on their roster for that run. Listed as a running back, but the redshirt sophomore from Houston on the ground with the carry for the first.
Benedict going
at the 35 of Tuskegee. 9:03 remains first half. Ocean fires out the flats. Got a man there on the catch. Turning back to the inside after the grab is Johnny Arnos Jr., the freshman from Fort Lauderdale. He got 9 on the catch and run, on the pass and run.
Johnny Arenas on the reception for the Benedict Tigers.
So 2nd down and 1 after the catch by Arenas. Football at the 26. They keep it on the ground, sliding back to the inside. This one's going to go for 6. Same play. They ran it right back up into the middle, and the same result. Benedict this time to get pay dirt.
Note the difference in rhythm, Charles. Benedict gets to the line off the no huddle. Very quick off the snap. Tuskegee's defense was just napping at the line. Once he saw space, there was no help. Touchdown, Benedict.
David Smith once again. 5'8" redshirt sophomore just had a gaping hole left side and runs it in for the touchdown.
We saw the confusion by the Tuskegee defensive front wall on the 2 plays previous. That time they weren't able to get set, and the recognition was 4 on that play.
Spires on now to try to point after, and he's true on that. So Benedict answers. They cut Tuskegee's lead to 3, 17-14 with 8:30 remaining in this first half of play. You got to credit Benedict. They really answered there. They came with a lot of assertiveness at the line of scrimmage and just control of the line of scrimmage.
They saw something they liked on the left side also. We talked about the huge guards that Benedict is running up front. Once they were able to carve out space, it was clear sailing to the end zone.
Got to be some concern for defensive coordinator O.C. Williams and his defensive troops after that play by Benedict.
Now, let's go back to the theme of coming off a short week. It's not necessarily what they're doing in the first half, but if you're getting beat on by an offensive line that outweighs you by 80 pounds in some places, third quarter and fourth quarter going to be really interesting to watch to see how this lighter defensive unit up front for Tuskegee is able to survive.
Benedict answers. Tuskegee leads 17-14. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Macon County and the surrounding area since 1938 when we first opened at Tuskegee Institute. The credit union offers free checking accounts, saving accounts, home mortgages, home refinancing, automobile, signature, and alternative payday loans, and internet teleservice. Better than a bank, because when you open an account with us, you become a part owner. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, insured by the National Credit Union Administration, not for profit, not for charity, but for service. For more information, visit www.tuskegeefcu@gmx.com.
We've talked about this from time to time, Charles. Tuskegee dominated time of possession in the first quarter. But as we get into the second quarter and deeper into this ball game, time of possession is going to be key in this short week for both teams. But the difference had a ride back from Jackson, Mississippi.
You're right. They had the time of possession in their favor in that first quarter on that first long drive to start the football game. Benedict didn't waste much time on that last drive. They got that scoring deficit cut. Run back this time, it'll be Rouser. Rouser at the 10, trying to get to the middle. Dives up past the 20-yard line, up 22-yard line.
Rouser got a nice block from Devin Smith, the linebacker on the kick return team, right about the 10-yard line. Picked up another 7 yards as a result of that excellent block up front.
Benedict, 5 plays, 72 yards. Capped off with a 26-yard run by David Smith, left side for the touchdown. 17-14, Tuskegee leads. Let's see how they respond on this possession. 8:25 remains before the half.
Both teams exchanging scoring blows with 8:25 remaining in the half. This is an important drive for the Tigers going to halftime.
Bill in shotgun. TU going left to right. I formation to his right. Bill, short hitch up the field, and the pass goes incomplete. Trying to get it upfield to Garmin, but Bill on the run to the right side, just never able to plant his feet, threw it high.
Well, Bill had space to plant and stop. Decided to throw on the run as he's moving to the sideline. Pass was overthrown.
That pass goes incomplete. Now, what Tuskegee does not want to do is go 3 and out here early and to get that football back in the hands of Benedict, who were fired up as a result of scoring on the last one, but more importantly, the defense of Tuskegee right back out on the football field. Quick pitch left side. Rouser looking for some space. Got a couple of blockers in front of him. Cannot turn the corner. Chased out of bounds beyond the Tuskegee cheerleading crew.
A curious wrinkle by the Golden Tigers. They ran Preston Parker that time, the wide receiver in the backfield, as a lead blocker.
Yeah, they had 3 going to the left side trying to lead Rouser. But Benedict packed that side when they saw it going that way and just not able to break through. Tuskegee wasn't, so they actually lost the yard. That'll make it 3rd and 10.
Put a pin in this play as a huge play in the first half.
7:52 remains in it. Bill lines up in shotgun. I formation to his right with Mulba and Rouser. 4 up front for Benedict. Slot is to the right of Bill. Quick drop by him. Here comes the pressure. They'll get a sack on him near the 6-yard line. Never had a chance there. Benedict brought him from the corners, and he found the space on the inside for the sack of Bill.
And what I don't understand is Tuskegee ran 2 players on deep routes on either side of the field. Bill didn't have enough time to plant, let alone see downfield.
Sack will push it back to the 7, and that'll bring Callum Brent on the punt of the way. Brent has been stellar for Tuskegee so far on the season, averaging 42 yards per punt. Will need one of his best efforts here as he's near the base of the end zone. Long on the season for Callum is 68. This one he's able to float up. Nice hang time on that one. Backpedaling near the 46-yard line. Good job by Callum on that punt. Fair catch is called for on the other end by Deshaun Mingo. So 6:48 remains in the first half. Benedict sitting in a real good position on the Tuskegee half of the field to start this drive, trailing only by 3.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Aaron James rotate some of his defensive linemen, because on the last sequence for Benedict, they were just fatigued. We'll look at the rotation as he's running 4 down linemen to start this next drive.
Emmanuel Cannon, I see lining up there at that right tackle, or the end position for Tuskegee's defense. Haven't called his name this afternoon. Benedict from the 46 of Tuskegee. Snap to Ocean. He'll keep it on the ground. They run it near the 41-yard line. And that's Morgan on the carry that time for Benedict.
First play on the spot for Tuskegee. Joshua Lee, linebacker, got a hand on the running back, slowing him down just a hair.
Morgan Tristan, the junior, 190 pounds on the carry for Benedict. He got 5 on that carry. Same play. Morgan this time wrapped up from behind. Good defensive effort by Tuskegee up front. Good surge by Messiah Wells to make that hit on Tristan Morgan.
Messiah Wells doing an excellent job of working across the line of scrimmage laterally, getting on that play, which brings up a 3rd and about a 4 call for Benedict.
Under 6 minutes remains first half. Wells 5 tackles last weekend. 10 on the season. Good wrap up there of Tristan. Ocean pumps once. Now he'll slides to his right. The left-hander raises, fires through it. Back across the middle. Catch made at the 29-yard line. Breaking 1 tackle after the catch is Malachi Jones. And Jones with another stand-upper out there. And Ocean found him for a first down.
The diminutive Darius Ocean buying extra time on the drop, using his footwork to buy extra time, spotting a receiver downfield to pick up a huge first down.
5:07 left in this first half of play. Benedict starting to come alive here on this Thursday crowd at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium. First and 10 from the 28 now of Tuskegee. Ocean in shotgun. 3 receivers to his right. He'll take the snap looking that way. Floats it to a man at the corner of the end zone, wide open there, but he dropped the football. Tuskegee got a real break there because Ocean dropped that one right in, and the receiver just not able to haul it in.
Timothy Grayson Jr. in coverage for Tuskegee. You know, momentum is something you quite can't measure, but you can feel it. Benedict going deep into the end zone trying to pick up a 6-point score.
Had a man. That was Johnny Arnias, the junior, just not able to pull that football in. And he took that football all the way over to the Benedict sideline. Didn't want to give it to the officials or anything.
That football was about 40 yards in the air.
And he was wide open as Ocean dropped that pass right into his arms. And a timeout taken by Benedict as a result. They'll take it with 4:41 left in the first half. Down at the 28-yard line of Tuskegee, trailing at 17-14. So Tuskegee with a big break there.
The key for Benedict, the offensive line is giving Ocean enough time to survey deep downfield. If Tuskegee is not able to get more pressure in that previous play, if Tuskegee cannot get pressure with 6 players at the line of scrimmage, that could be trouble.
Starting to wear just a little bit of showing somewhere is that Tuskegee defensive front line. Team still in the huddles. Chance for us to remind you that Gray, Langford, Sapp, McGowan, Gray, and Nathanson, attorneys at law located downtown on the square in Tuskegee, Alabama. Whether personal injury, wrongful death, civil rights, real estate, or a probate situation, we are your hometown legal team. You can call the law firm at 334-727-4843. And after the timeout, Benedict back under the football field now. They'll face a 2nd down and 10. Tuskegee, after the timeout, scrambling to get the set up front with the defensive linemen. They'll start with 3 up front, recognizing they need some help in the secondary. Coming up now at the corner, Ocean in the pocket, unloads, got 2 receivers there, 1 in the end zone, and this time they're true. Jackson Williams wide open, the sophomore, with an easy catch at the base of the end zone.
We got some pregame descriptions of 2 of the Benedict receivers. The descriptions were one word: fast.
Fast. Had 2 receivers there, could have taken his choice on that. Williams a little bit deeper than the other, but either would have scored on the pass. Good coverage up there by the offensive line for Benedict to give Ocean just that one more tick to get the football downfield. And he found Williams in stride right under the goalpost. Spires now with the point after, and Benedict has reclaimed the lead here on a Thursday night in their home pavilion. They lead it 21-17 over Tuskegee with 4:35 remaining in this first half, and momentum has certainly shifted here in the stadium.
14 consecutive points by the Tigers of Benedict, both on very sudden offensive drives punctuated by huge chunk plays. So the challenge for Tuskegee now with 4:35 remaining is to see if they can run clock and keep the ball away from this offense and see if they can regroup at halftime.
Golden Tiger defense last weekend gave up 259 yards in the air to the Tigers of Jackson State. First half of this football game looked like they had everything under control in terms of pass defense, but last couple of possessions, Benedict has found something in that secondary that they're taking full advantage of, including some things on the ground as well.
Well, and to be frank about last week, Tuskegee was fortunate that Jackson State had a few holding calls against them in that ball game, especially in the first half. But as it stands, the matchup advantage, and we talked about matchups to start this game, the Benedict receivers against the Tuskegee defensive back, so far their speed has been hard to handle.
And what we saw in that situation, Mark, was that Tuskegee had 3 up front, recognizing that Benedict was in a pass situation and still not able to get enough prevent behind them and stop those fast receivers from getting behind that defense. 21-17, Benedict leads. Tuskegee in the series with Benedict leads at 12-1. That's dating back to 1997. But it was in that 2022 ball game that Benedict got that first win, 58-21 in the championship ball game for its first in back-to-back championships that year and then 2023. But the first time they played was back in 1940. TU won that ball game 30-6. And 1940 was a pretty good year for Tuskegee athletics, Mark. First, you had TU beginning its track and its cross-country program with men and women. Then in that same year, Moselle Ellerby won the 100-yard dash at the Penn Relays. That was the first time an African-American from an HBCU won a national track and field event. And in that same year, you're really going to like this. Clifford Russell and Howard Menace won the Men's National Tennis Association doubles title. So a lot of things going on in 1940. You know, that's a little bit before your time. But TU with an impressive athletics program overall throughout time. Spires to kick. TU with some work to do now as they trail 21-17. Return over the shoulder by Rouser. Rouser at the 10 looking for some space. Put his head down and ran head-on-head with a defender near the 20-yard line. Spins up near the 21-yard line, and that's where Tuskegee starts on offense as he and Quincy Haywood II went head-to-head near the 20.
You mentioned small victories in the first quarter. The goal for Tuskegee, pick up a first down.
Yeah, last couple of times, that 3 and out has really hurt them. Last time it did in particular because they had to punt it from the end zone. Short field for Benedict to work with. Beal going to go under center for just a moment. Kamoku coming in there as the lead back on an extended eye to the left of Bill. 4 up front for Benedict. TU on the ground. Rouser turns, got one past the first wave of the defense, tripped up from behind near the 27-yard line. Nice run by Jaquil Rouser left side. He'll get about 7 on that pickup for Tuskegee.
We talked during the off week about wouldn't it be nice if Tuskegee had a big back. Kamoku, as you mentioned, 6 foot 215 is about as big as it gets in their backfield.
Just have not seen him run the football. They've not gone to him on a handoff. They say Rouser got 5 on that play. 2nd and 5 now for TU. Under 4 minutes left in this first half of play. Tuskegee trailing 21-17 to the Tigers of Benedict. Benedict undefeated at 2-0. Tuskegee 2-1 in the campaign. Bill, he'll take the snap. He's high, but he handles. Stumbling a bit was Rouser before he got the football and fell down after about a pickup of 1 right side.
Rouser saw space off left tackle and was desperately trying to get enough speed up to get to that hole. As it stands, as soon as he took the handoff, seemed to slip just a bit, as you called, went down, but not a result of contact so much, just being off balance, getting to the line of scrimmage.
3rd down and about 4. They're showing 5. Now they changed it to 3 on the scoreboard. So 3rd and 3 for Tuskegee. 3:05 left first half. They need this first down here. Bill in shotgun. Slots either side. They're tight on either side on the slot. Bill with the snap. Looks, fires across the middle. Threw it too far for E.J. Hall.
Hall had space at about the 35-yard line. Ball was just a little low and outside. Tuskegee turns it over on downs.
So they'll have to punt the football away. Jackson Williams came up big for the Tigers of Benedict on that 28-yard reception from Darius Ocean, finishing a 5-play, 46-yard drive to give Benedict the lead. And Tuskegee doing exactly what you said, Mark, they could do, and that is they're giving this football right back over to Benedict after going 3 and out. And first play of that drive, as Cullum with another good over-the-shoulder catch at the 30 and wrapped up immediately. Good defensive effort there on exchange of the football by Marquise Hawthorne for Tuskegee on the stop of Deshaun Mingo, who was trying to return for Benedict.
Defensive back Hawthorne did 2 excellent things on that play. 1, sprinting downfield to the right spot, and 2, wrapping up and making the tackle.
Now, we get into this situation of Tuskegee on offense going 3 and out. What they cannot do defensively is allow Benedict to score another touchdown before the intermission. They lead it 21-17. Ocean in shotgun. He'll take the snap, looks to his left, pumps. Now he'll tuck and run. Now decides to slide it to the right side. Looking, waving the man upfield, floater, and throws that one out of bounds.
Ocean buying enough time to direct traffic downfield. Very difficult to defend because it appears sometimes that when he takes off to run, he's going towards the line of scrimmage, but he's actually setting up the pass play.
Nice call on that last, because that's exactly what he did. He stepped in there like he was going to run and broke out around the containment to the right side. He's a left-handed quarterback, to the benefit of Tuskegee on that play. Rolling to his right was difficult for him to plant his feet. That pass goes incomplete. That'll make it 2nd and 10. We go down to 2:39 remaining first half. Tuskegee showing blitz at the corners. Ocean sidewinds it at the sideline. Catch made there by Simmons. Simmons steps out of bounds near the 46.
One thing you notice about Ocean as well, quick release, very accurate. Once he sets, doesn't mess around with a second or third receiver. He knows his number one. That's where he's going.
Yeah, kind of side that one, arm out with Simmons. And Simmons with the catch and stepped out of bounds. 3rd down and 4 after the execution on the pass route there. Quickly, the Ocean looks to his right, pumps once, got a man trying to turn the corner, may have a flag coming in on this play, and we will. Covering down the field, I think that was Michael King for Tuskegee, but King was facing that receiver, pushing him toward the sideline.
3 defensive backs for Tuskegee pleading innocent, claiming the ball was tipped.
Yeah, not sure about the defensive set there from Michael King. That was right in front of us near the 30-yard line. He just squared up the defender and just started shoving him toward the sideline, forcing him to not even complete his route. Not sure if that came out of frustration or just what.
Penalty is going to be against Tuskegee.
As it stands, Benedict now takes over in Tuskegee territory at the 44-yard line.
2:17 remains in this first half. Defense for Tuskegee's got to find a will here to stop this Benedict offense. Benedict with the 21-17 lead and looking for more to head into the intermission. Spread slot to the right of Ocean at quarterback. Low snap, he'll roll left. Fires it sidearm at the sideline once again. Quick hitting pass there by him, and Troy Hillman on the other end of that pass to catch it at the 37-yard line.
Last play, Tuskegee tried to bring Quincy Crawford from his defensive back position. Crawford just wasn't able to get any space in pursuit behind that big offensive line of Benedict. He's shut out of the play. They pick up extra time to make the completion, bring up a 2nd and short.
You have to really like what you're seeing from offensive coordinator Stan Clayton and that Benedict offense. They know what's working. They're getting Ocean on his strong side, the left, and having him just flick that ball toward the sidelines. He's accurate on the pass, and the receivers are doing a good job of catching and wrapping up. So we're at that 2-minute mark here before the halftime, and Tuskegee still got a lot of questions to answer with this offense of Benedict really having its way last couple of possessions.
It's Nancy for Benedict. It's a version of a West Coast offense. I can't remember the last time they actually ran the football. They're confident that their quarterback, Darius Ocean, can operate and improvise in this offense.
Yeah, he's doing a good job effectively running it in this football game. Was some question as to whether he would get most of the snaps or Jackson Jensen for the Tigers of Benedict. But so far it's been Ocean who took over midway in the ball game last weekend against Central State. And he's carried them thus far in this contest.
Well, the fact that Ocean has the experience of having played for 3 teams, he's seen it all. So the coaches have enough trust in him to run this offense and really create where there is nothing apparently on the first play call. Ocean able to direct traffic and make something out of nothing.
Yeah, Tuskegee's been really put on its heels defensively the last 4 or 5 minutes of this ball game on the scores, as you referenced, from Benedict, back-to-back by them to take the lead. And Tuskegee just has not found a way to shut down that passing game of Benedict as it has come alive here in this second quarter of play. We were talking about it coming into today's ball game, that normally at the beginning of the season, it's the defense that starts a little bit more in sync than the offense. And in Benedict's case, their defense carried them in the first two ball games, shutting out Fayetteville and then Central State. But their offense seems to be coming alive here in this ball game.
Well, to give credit to Benedict's offensive line, because they've done an excellent job of stopping any unusual looks from Tuskegee as they've tried to bring blitzes from the corners. They've just been picking them up, giving their quarterback extra time to throw.
One in case, Benedict came into this ball game 10th in the run offensively and 7th in passing. But their numbers are going to go north after this first half, and they continue it throughout the ball game. After the timeout, Benedict to the line of scrimmage, which is the 37 of the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. TU, let's see if they got an answer provided during that break 2 minutes before the expiration of the first half. Ocean lines up in the shotgun. Same set, slots either side. They go right to left. Final 2 minutes, leading 21-17. Here's the snap to Ocean. Pressure at the corners by TU. This time he'll tuck and run. Ocean takes a hit there at the 32. Knocked back near the 34. Just kind of turned his shoulder into the TU defense. And Ocean a little bit slow to get up. Got some help from a lineman and seems to be okay.
Give credit to the running back, H.N. Durant of Benedict, picking up that blitz that Tuskegee tried to run from the right side that time. Once Durant picked up the blitz, they created enough time to run the play to the near side.
Yeah, you referenced the fact you hadn't seen a run in quite a few moments, but there, Ocean saw some space, ran it for the Benedict first down. To the 31. Shotgun again for Ocean and Benedict. TU with 5 up front. Snap, it's low, they bobbled, but Ocean sidewinds it again at the sideline. Same route, same catch at the corner this time. Jackson Williams on the receiving end of that pass.
Jackson Williams on the reception for the
Boy, they have worked that. You can tell they have that route timed down precisely.
Do you realize that Tariq Monroe is the smallest player at right tackle on that front wall for Benedict? He's 6'5", 300 pounds.
And that's the smallest.
He's the baby of the bunch.
Somebody needs to feed him a little bit more, catch up with the rest of the group. They got 6 on the route that time from Williams on the out. 1:23 left first half. Benedict threatening to score again before the intermission. Ocean with the snap. Looking to his right. Got a man on the corner end zone route again. One-handed grab. Not able to hang on to it, but a flag coming in on the other side of the field. This time the flag going to go against Timothy Grayson Jr. for Tuskegee on the defense in the end zone. These players for Benedict, the receivers, are just outrunning the coverage. Tuskegee.
And Ocean does an excellent job of throwing the deep ball with precise enough arc to get to receivers deep downfield as they're breaking to the sideline. Most of his throws have not been to the middle on these long throws. He's able to put the ball in the air 40 yards with accuracy.
On the interference play, that'll put the football down at the 11. So Grayson's just not able to just catch up with that play. As Benedict, the receiving corps, just making its presence known late in this first half of football. It's got that secondary of Tuskegee bewildered at this point. Ocean in shotgun. 3 receivers to his right looking that way. Floats it to the end zone. Got a man there. That one bobbled and in and out of the hands of George Gio Jala. Jala had a look at it, just couldn't pull it in.
Give credit downfield, Michael McGuire for Tuskegee in coverage.
So that pass goes incomplete. I beg your pardon, that was Mullins out on that route for Benedict in the corner. So Ocean bobbles. Now he'll step up. He's got enough room to run for a first, but a flag coming in at the base of that play. He'll take a hit down near the 6-yard line, short of the first down marker. But this one likely going to come back. Benedict probably guilty of the hold here.
Big Isaiah Turner, the junior, 6'2", 340, is going to be called for the hold right at about the 25-yard line.
So that'll give Tuskegee a little reprieve there with 65 seconds left in this first half.
Turner, victimized by the hold, just stood there with his hands on hips, waiting for the flag to come out. Everyone else had cleared out. There was no one within 20 yards of Turner.
This could be a big series here for Tuskegee. They can hold Benedict out of the end zone and even force a field goal attempt versus a touchdown. That'll be a moral victory of some sort. Football pushed back to the 21-yard line.
Clock will be under a minute on the next snap.
You got to find something in that secondary. 2 interceptions on the season. This will be a great time for the third. Ocean in the pistol. 3 receivers to his left, looking that way. Now he'll fake it, fires it near the 2-yard line. Catch made there, close to the first down. I believe that's going to be good enough for the first down. And the catch made by the reliable Malachi Jones for them, circling back across the middle to make that catch for Benedict.
Now, I thought the clock would stop as the chains were being moved, but it continued to run. It now stops at 33 seconds, but I would say at least 7 seconds ran off that clock after the play was completed.
Right now it's at 33. There was a small conference near the 12-yard line with the officials, but I don't think that's a conversation about adjusting the clock. Tuskegee wants to do something about a clock. They stopped it at 33 seconds by calling a timeout, and they stop it with the Tigers of Benedict down at the 1.
But my impression was the clock would stop on the first down, give the chain gang enough time to reset.
Well, they were down at the 1. There's no reset because that would have been first and goal to go, so they don't have to reset it. Don't know if that factors into that or not. I can understand that regular field of play because they would have to move the chain gang, but here that was the last opportunity for the first down at the 1. Maybe that factors into it, but they are ready for play now with 33 seconds left. Ocean, low snap on the ground, banged up at the line of scrimmage. The surge by Tuskegee, just tremendous at the line of scrimmage. Stopped by Messiah Wells, leading a gang of Golden Tigers on the push. Now Benedict's got to line up in a hurry here with 18 seconds and the clock running. They may try to just down this one, and they will, to stop the clock with 13 seconds left. Question for them, that's enough time for 2 plays. They're going to definitely try to go to the end zone at least one of these to see if they can't get another touchdown, showing they have a timeout left. So they do have the luxury of here running 1 more, perhaps 2, depending on how quick they get this play off and then call another timeout.
Mass substitutions for Benedict on offense. Looks like they're getting an extra offensive lineman or tight end into the ball game. Will line up on the left side.
They'll have Jones up top. He'll be joined by Troy Hillman on a slot to the right of Ocean. Official stepping in, and Tuskegee going to take a timeout here. They know how important this is before the break.
Benedict brought big Raphael Williams Jr. into the game. He's tight end, listed at 254 pounds. So what they did, trying to get double tights on that offensive line, really running a 8-man front, if you will.
Trying to do anything they can to rattle Ocean just a little bit. They have been spot on with the float pass to the corners for touchdowns. But in this type situation, you got to keep an eye on Ocean this short to the goal line as well. If he rolls it out to one side, he has shown a burst of speed that he can tuck and run from that distance.
If there's one word that Tuskegee coaches are going to emphasize against the quarterback Ocean, it's contain. So far, the defensive ends have not been able to pinch down and keep him from getting to the outside.
Players making it back onto the field after the timeout by Tuskegee. 13 seconds left first half. Benedict trying to build on its 21-17 lead. They will have it down at the 4-yard line of Tuskegee. They'll start with trips to the right of Ocean. Ocean in the shotgun. TU line 4 up in the box. Linebackers, middle of the end zone. Pass, corner of the end zone, and we may have a flag, and we will. They're just throwing it to the corner, and Malachi Jones is just beating the defenders to the corner of the end zone. And Tuskegee, they are basically facially defending him and not even turned to defend, just got their back turned toward the line of scrimmage and not even giving Jones a chance to catch that football at the corner.
Malachi Jones at 6 foot tall is a problem for the Tuskegee defensive backs, just in terms of, we'll use that word again, Charles, matchup. That time he's going to the far corner of the end zone, turns for the football, and all the defensive back for Tuskegee do is grab onto some jersey.
Yeah, and these defenders are really kind of left with a catch-22. Do I try to just let him get to the corner versus trying to give him some space up front and have him break a route off in front of me? And they're choosing the former, where he's beating them to the corner of the end zone. And just the mismatch is really more pronounced there versus letting him see if you can cut him off with just a short route. Now they'll go a crossing route this time, and it works. They got it to Jones again. They pushed him to the corner of the end zone on the first one. This time they bring him across the middle.
Benedict ran Jones in the slot, and Ocean with an accurate throw 5 yards into the end zone.
And just looking at that play, Mark, the defenders were cheating as though they were expecting Jones to go to the corner of the end zone for the float pass. So nice job of coaching by the offensive coordinator Stan Clayton. Good execution by the Tigers of Benedict. They go across the middle, and they get the touchdown from Ocean to Malachi Jones. Spires on now to try the point after. 10-point lead for Benedict. Low snap. Spires got it airborne on the kick, and they extend their lead now to 28-17, and Benedict got exactly what they wanted. They drove it down, got another score, and they only leave 5 seconds left on the clock for Tuskegee in this first half of play.
3 consecutive scores for Benedict on offense. Tuskegee's got to think about how to get to the locker room and regroup.
I expect to see a sidewinding kick from Benedict with no possibility of return to take away the element of special teams having an impact here these last 5 seconds, and Benedict has to be ecstatic about what they've done here in this second quarter of football.
And Charles, when I say regroup, there has to be some formula for getting some type of pressure on Ocean, because so far their offensive line is just dominating up front.
That's exactly been the issue. They just have not been able to get enough pressure. And the result, Benedict receivers are just having a field day. Without that pressure and the height advantage for the Tigers, Benedict with their receiving course is really working to the disadvantage of Tuskegee. Spires to kick. Rouser and Cooper stand deep. They line drive the kick. Bounces into the hands of Rouser. Rouser hitting his tracks near the 23-yard line. And likely our final play of the first half. 1 second left. You may have to come out for one play. Benedict, a little extracurricular after the kick. And Tuskegee. Let's take a snap here, get into the locker room and regroup. Tuskegee really started out the way that we anticipated or said that they needed to in terms of that first possession. Ate up a lot of clock, resulted in a touchdown to take the early lead. As that first quarter unfolded and into the second quarter, Benedict started to find its legs offensively. TU on the ground. Morris up to the 30, and that'll bring us to the end of first half play here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium at Benedict College. Tuskegee with the early lead, but Benedict has fought its way into a 28-17 lead at the halftime. But Tuskegee and Benedict set to go to the locker rooms. TU set to regroup, and we are set to regroup here at the booth at halftime. Charles McNeil going to be on to bring you the Alabama Power halftime show live from Charlie W. Johnson Stadium at Benedict College. We'll take a break. Charles McNeil afterwards. Stay with us.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I I really love it here.
C-SPY is a prestigious scholarship, a world-class leadership training program, and a ticket to a rewarding career as an officer in the United States Coast Guard. C-SPY is an opportunity for students attending minority-serving institutions that goes beyond paying for 2 years of tuition and other college expenses. Once accepted, you'll be a member of the Coast Guard, earning a full-time salary, plus medical benefits and a housing allowance. While continuing your full-time studies, you'll get to learn about life in the Coast Guard firsthand. You'll quickly find that the Coast Guard is unique from the other military branches. It's a different kind of service, with crews of like-minded people who perform life-saving missions every day and protect our environment and communities. If you're ready to step up as a leader and help us make the world a better place, then visit gocoastguard.com/CSPI to learn more or talk to a recruiter.
Greeting, Tuskegee Nation. I'm Reginald Ruffin, your Director of Athletics, and you're listening to the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Deal here in Columbia, South Carolina. Fourth game of the year and the first road game in the SIAC play as the break. Tuskegee trailing Benedict at the end of 2 in our first road game in SIAC play. At the break, it's Tuskegee. Just 17 on the board after a tremendous first quarter of action. They'd have led it early, only to see a come-from-behind effort in that second quarter. And it has been all Benedict all the time in that second quarter. 28-17 is the score. The Golden Tigers led it 14-7 after 1, but a 21-3 run in that second quarter meant all that they needed to have, and they got all of it, all the way down to the last few seconds when they scored their final points of the opening half. It's showtime here at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium. Time to hear from the Crimson Piper Marching Band. Listen and enjoy. That was the Crimson Piper Marching Band rocking the house here in Columbia on a Thursday night. Coming up, we'll take a look at Saturday's SIAC schedule, and we hope to have a visit from a special guest when the TU Halftime Report, presented by Alabama Power, continues right after this.
Broadcast coverage of Golden Tigers athletics is brought to you by the following: the U.S. Coast Guard, always ready. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. Alabama Power, for the service of Alabama. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Yellowwood, a better backyard awaits. Home Depot, how doers get more done. Utilities Board of Tuskegee. Purpose, progress, people. Coca-Cola. Enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Tuskegee and the surrounding community since 1938. TLAT Media. Step by step, TLAT Media makes your business grow. And by Advertising Solutions. From concept to conversion, we are your advertising solution.
Battle of Tiger versus Tiger. The Golden Tigers trailing at the break by a score of 28-17. That is our score as we get you closer and closer to the start of this one. Everybody anticipating and knowing the importance of this contest and the SIAC undefeated play. As again, the folks looking forward to seeing what the Tuskegee Golden Tigers could do on the road for the first time in conference action. Well, this was the only game tonight in the conference, but a lot of action coming your way on Saturday. And the lineup looks like this. It'll be Central State, who were shut out by both Tuskegee and Benedict over the past couple of weekends. They're traveling that is, to Baltimore to face Morgan State. Kentucky State, they look for their second conference win of the season when they face Morehouse on the road at Morehouse. Savannah State travels to Miles, with the winner of that one getting their first conference victory. Fort Valley coming off a tough 5-point loss to Clark last Thursday night in the nationally televised event. They should be well rested as they need to get themselves on track, and they'll have an opportunity to, as their matchup against Delta State squad that's averaging 31 points a game. So hopefully they get their rest between now and Saturday. Edward Waters is on an emotional high, and deservingly so, following their upset of nationally ranked Virginia Union. The Tigers travel to Bethune-Cookman for another stern test. It's Lane heading on the road down to Alabama A&M. And in a game of the weekend, the one I'm looking forward to most outside of this one in the SIAC, it's undefeated Clark Atlanta, picked to finish second on the road at undefeated Allen, predicted to finish 9th. This one will be played here in Columbia, so maybe both teams could possibly be in the area. We know Allen is, but Clark Atlanta may have come down, at least their coaches, to get a little early scouting going on. So in that contest, somebody's O has got to go. Here are your first half numbers. Tuskegee in the rushing department, trailing Benedict 75-58. Also in the passing department as well, the Tigers of Benedict 152, Tuskegee 114. Total yardage in that first half is 222 to Tuskegee's 172. First downs are even at 12 apiece, and penalties tied at 4 apiece. Don't want to see those numbers get any higher. 48 yards lost by Tuskegee and 47 for Benedict. We'll get to some individual numbers, and we hope to have a special guest joining us. That comes up next as the TU Halftime Report continues here in Columbia, South Carolina on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
I grew up coming out to this land. There's just something special about it. I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's really important to me.
Hey, Golden Tiger fans. Arthur A.J. Woodson here, class of 2010, current president for the New York Tuskegee Alumni Association, encouraging all other alumni chapters to sign up for this year's Golden Tiger Sports Network Alumni Chapter Challenge, grand prize being a deluxe tailgate experience being held at this year's homecoming. Sign your chapters up now so that you can be a part of the weekly score predictions, trivia during the game, and even have a live check-in during the game on the GTSN if your chapter is hosting a watch party. So sign up and be a part of this year's Alumni Chapter Challenge.
you back to the PU Halftime Report. Charles McNeil high above the field here as Benedict's marching band coming in, and they'll do their performance here in just a little bit. We'll run through some of the numbers for you. First, starting with Tuskegee. Beal, our talented quarterback, 7 of 14 passing for 165 passing rating. As we mentioned, the 114 yards through the air and 2 touchdowns. His long pass was 32 yards. That went to Garmin. Garmin with that 1 reception, 1 of 6 receivers in the column so far, led by E.J. Hall, the newcomer of the week just a couple of short weeks ago. 3 receptions for 62 yards, and those 2 strikes were to him as he was unstoppable moving up and down the field. Tuskegee, again, got all their points in the way of the end zone in that opening quarter. Just 1 Lorcan Ryan's field goal, that in the second period. As far as rushing is concerned, wonderful performance by Johnny Morris III. Young man with 10 rushes, 68 yards. Of course, that's 6.8 yards per carry. Hasn't gotten in the end zone yet. If he does, he'll set a milestone for himself. He's already over 1,000 yards in his career, but also can add to that in terms of another milestone. That would be 10 touchdowns in double figures with 10 TDs in his career. So we look forward to him slicing and dicing in that second half. Rouser came off the bench with 8 rushes for 17 yards. It was defensively, we saw some challenges out there for the Golden Tigers, but they were up to the task, dominating the time of possession in that first half. We'll get to that as well. But as far as tacklers thus far, Kimber, always can count on him with 4 tackles, 3 of them assisted on the day. Holton had 2, Knight with 2, Grayson with 2, Wells with 2, McGuire with 2, Diamond also with 2. And Harrell also chiming in with 2 tackles on the day. Michael King Jr. responsible for making some things happen as well. Let me add that Harrell also had a tackle for loss, solo tackle, the lone solo tackle for loss in that first half. So again, the Tigers defense, Golden Tigers defense, that started off so well in that first half. And both of these teams, the elite defenses in the conference, showcasing their skills. In the case of the Golden Tigers, you take away that 30-point performance that they gave up against a Division I opponent last week in Jackson State. Dominant in their first 2 performances, especially in the second half of the first game, the Red Tails Classic down in Montgomery, and then making things happen for them, especially there in throughout the 4 quarters of play versus the team from Ohio and Central State University. Now for the opponents, let's look at some of their numbers to see what Benedict did in that first half. From an individual defensive standpoint, had one guy, number 1, who was dominant, getting where he needed to be and whenever he wanted to be. 7 tackles in that first half. Isidore also with 6, so 13 tackles between the 2 of those guys. You take them off the field, and I think the Golden Tigers will find their way into the end zone. So from an offensive perspective, based on what so far and what you've heard here on our live stream, the Golden Tigers' quick strike offense, the post pattern, worked to perfection early and often in that first half, finding E.J. Hall, who just couldn't be stopped. They can continue to get him the football in open space. Watch out. Johnny Morris, when he's running north-south, he's also a game changer. On the other side, when he's pushed wide, there could be an issue with that particular situation. Individually, for this Benedict Tiger squad, as we get to the individual numbers for them, pull those up here. And Darius Ocean, 182 quarterback rating in that first half, 12 of 19 passing, 2 touchdowns, make that 3 touchdowns with the last strike, 152 yards as we spoke of. His long was 50 yards in that first half. Jones, one of his favorite targets, 5 catches, 90 yards, and a strike. Williams also had 3 catches, 38 yards, and a scoring strike. And then Hillman, who's just been unbelievable, super quick and elusive. 2 catches, only 9 yards, but a touchdown to boot. And then on the rushing side, their speed and quickness has been personified by the play of their two speedy backs, namely the one that stands out for me, the sophomore David Smith, 26-yard touchdown run in that first half of BC. And for young Mr. Smith, 3 carries, 48 yards in that touchdown, averaging 16 yards a carry. We can't have that. Morgan, 4 rushes for 12 yards, and Ocean, 3 scrambles for 12. Durant, not Kevin, but Durant with the 2 rushes. He was held in check to a net 1 yard. So that's all we have for you during this halftime report. Our special guest probably will join us next week when we're home against Fort Valley. It's Aviation Weekend, and I know you're looking forward to it, and so are we. Friday and Saturday festivities going on throughout. This is going to be something that you have to see. There'll be a fly-in on Friday. There'll be a documentary, in their own words, the Tuskegee Airmen story. Also, Red Tails happening as well. There'll be youngsters coming in from Macon County schools. So there's going to be a lot of activities happening throughout the day and weekend. Come in on Friday and plan to stay all weekend long. Of course, the game against Fort Valley is on Saturday. 2 p.m., I believe, is the Eastern time. Make that the Central Time Zone time of the kickoff. And there'll be a flyover for that one. So, again, you'll get a chance to see some of the bright young people in our community as they get educated about what Tuskegee is all about, learn the rich tradition of Tuskegee University that you know so well. So that is our halftime report. And as we kick it over, it's time for me to close things out. Thanks to everyone associated with our broadcast, the alumni chapters who jumped into our contest. And I know you've already given our trivia answers. Appreciate you guys greatly. Special thanks goes out to my boys at Alabama Power. Man, they turned on the lights. We were under the lights just a couple of weeks ago, and looking forward to being back at Mother Tuskegee this coming weekend. So coming up for you guys is Charles Ward, my brothers, Charles Ward and Mark Lassiter. They'll take you through the second half action all the way to a Golden Tiger victory in this 13th meeting of Tuskegee and Benedict right here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
This is Emmanuel Wilson, running back from the Green Bay Packers, and this is the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
And welcome back, everybody, after the halftime show. Glad you're back for second half action. Tuskegee with a little bit of ground to make up. They trail it 28-17 to the Tigers of Benedict College. And Mark, after Charles McNeil in the halftime show, capping some of the numbers of the first half between Tuskegee and Benedict. Second half adjustments for Tuskegee.
The adjustments are up front. Tuskegee is outweighed by the huge offensive line of Benedict. So there's some decisions that have to be made in terms of linebackers and whether Tuskegee goes with 5 down linemen up front.
You were talking about it at intermission that you thought that perhaps to some degree this was an issue of fatigueness for Tuskegee after the ball game against Jackson State and the short weekend or the short week of rest to come into this ball game. As that first half kind of waned on, you saw that defense getting a little bit sluggish out there.
And Charles, there are 2 types of fatigue. There's the physical fatigue of being beat on by that big offensive line, but there's also the mental fatigue that if you're playing from behind on the road on a short week, on a Thursday, at some point your attention span or your alertness just seems to fade just enough. And as we saw in those last 3 drives by Benedict, it doesn't take a lot for those speedy receivers to take advantage.
How much of an issue is it going to be for Tuskegee that Benedict was able to cap that first half with that touchdown right before the break?
Well, that last touchdown was huge because it did 2 things. Gave them more points, but also burned more clock. And I would imagine in the second quarter, their time of possession, I'm not even going to look at the numbers. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they had at least a 2-to-1 advantage in time of possession in that second quarter. And that's Benedict.
We were talking about the possibility of seeing the freshman quarterback for Tuskegee coming into this ball game, Bryson McGrew from Montgomery, Alabama. You are Coach Aaron James, your offensive coordinator, Harry Williams. How long do you go in this second half before you think about that?
Well, it's a cute move, but the problem for Tuskegee is not at quarterback. The problem is in defensive backfield. They have a tough time matching up with the receivers of Benedict. We've Jackson Williams, we've seen Malik Mullins in particular just dominate the defensive backs for Tuskegee. So we go back to that theme we started with, matchups. Football is a very simple game. If you can find a matchup that you can dominate, coaches are going to say, we're going to run this until you stop it.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing the offensive coordinator, Stan Grayson, and the offensive Benedict doing, saying we're going to go to these receivers, and if you can't do anything about it, we'll keep punching it that way. And they have had success on the outside with the receiving core.
So with that said, expect Benedict to not go away from this very effective kind of pseudo West Coast offense that they've been running. And with the leadership of Darius Ocean, their quarterback, who has really gotten into a rhythm, I would expect their short passing game may be the emphasis in this third quarter.
And one of the realities coming into this ball game, we thought that we would see Morgan Tristan, the running back, joined by Travone Finney and Caleb Pearson all running the football. We haven't seen the 2 of them because they're out injured. And Benedict has made the adjustment that we don't necessarily have to rely on the run in this ball game. We're going to get you with wideouts on the outside.
Well, combine that with all the players that we had crossed out before this game even started for Benedict. We probably had a third of the roster that was corrected before this game even kicked off.
Sure.
So the adjustments have been on the fly in terms of how they've been able to substitute and make up for those missing players.
Yeah, we had some time to spend with Sports Information Director Dennis Switzer, and Dennis came in saying, you got your pencils ready? And we went through a lot of them in pregame to get it down to the number.
There had to be at least 20 pregame scratches.
Sure. But the personnel they've had out there on the field has been effective. They lead it 28-17 over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. And Tuskegee, like we talked about at the beginning of this football game, they have to answer quickly here in the second half.
Now, you mentioned the substitution possibility at quarterback. What you may see from Tuskegee are some substitutions at defensive back to see if they can match up better with the very speedy receivers of Benedict.
And the other side of that equation, too, is that late in that first half of play, the Tuskegee offense encountering a lot of 3-and-outs. And it could very well be the same formula that you're talking about for the defense is affecting the offense as well. Sluggish coming out of Jackson State, and to a large degree just getting outmanned by that defensive Tigers of Benedict.
It's an excellent point. It's going to be Tuskegee kicking off to start this third quarter. So Benedict will have the ball first.
So Larkin Ryan set to kick it. Benedict will backpedal Jamal Sam. And they'll also send back Jackson Williams, who's already had an impressive first half of football for the Tigers of Benedict, including a touchdown score.
Number 18 and 7 back for the Benedict Tigers.
So Ryan set once television gives us the go to start the second half. We're live from Charlie W. Johnson Stadium at Benedict College in Columbia, South Carolina. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, Charles McNeil, our pregame show and halftime coverage for us, still in the booth with us as we get set for second half action. Not a bad crowd here for Thursday in Columbia. And Ryan set to kick. Larkin, deep kick into the end zone. May have a run back here, and we will. It'll be Williams, 2 steps into the end zone. Got some space right side. Now with a blocker. Got past Ryans. He's to the races now. One man to beat, turning the corner. He turns on the Jets. Michael King, the only man there. King will save the touchdown, but a return from 2 yards back in the end zone, sprinted almost the length of the field. Jackson Williams saw his prowess as a receiver. Now we see it as a return man for the Tigers of Benedict. First in the first team all-conference as a kick returner, and showed it on that return.
Once Williams broke the front wall at the 30-yard line and hit the near sideline, there was no one on the Tuskegee sideline on the coverage team able to catch up with him. That was just sheer speed for about 40 yards.
About a 97-yard return. If you give him 2 yards in the end zone on the return, he runs it all the way down to the 3 on the other end of the field. And Benedict coming off of a touchdown to finish the first half. First possession in the second half, just 3 yards out from another touchdown. Ocean, he'll take a quick snap. They go on the ground, trying to reverse field now and back the other way with his head down. On the carry is David Smith. Smith wrestled down, may have gotten it back to the initial line of scrimmage.
David Smith saw nothing on the right side, planted it right foot, came back to the far side. Fortunate that he wasn't thrown for a loss. 0 yards picked up on that last carry.
Benedict with the full luxury of the playbook here on a second down and goal to go. Just the start of the second half of play. About a 97-yard return by Jackson Williams, that is, to get them inside of the 5 of Tuskegee. Slot is to the right. Low snap. They go direct on the snap and turn in over in as they tried to run it on the inside.
Kaquan Kimber from Tuskegee had excellent penetration from his linebacker spot. Diagnosed the play perfectly, got in on the tackle, stopped it for no gain. This brings up a 3rd and goal from about the 5 now for Benedict.
They ran that play on the inside to Raphael Williams. The tight end was lined up in the backfield. He got turned in over in and lost a yard back to the 5 last.
As we saw for Benedict in the first half, when they got down close, they ran from a pass formation, 4 receivers in the pattern.
Slot now is to the left of Ocean, the left-handed quarterback. 3rd and goal to go from the 5. Got a slot to his right as well. He'll take the snap and whistles at the line of scrimmage. I think Benedict may have gotten the timeout before delay of game there, and they did get the timeout. Just as the clock was running down, they did not want to burn that field position, so they burned the timeout here to ensure that they'll stay at that 5 on a 3rd and goal to go. Boy, Benedict coming off of the break and special teams impacting the football game now. It's an outstanding return. As you referenced, that wall was set for Williams on the right side. Larkin Ryan's trying to come in to make the tackle near midfield. He got double teamed there on a block that sprung Williams even more. And were it not for the speed of Michael King, that would have been coast to coast 102-yard kick return for Williams.
You talk about physical and mental fatigue, Charles. It doesn't take much to make the difference in a big play and what could have been a stop on special teams right at the 30-yard line. Tuskegee had men at the point of attack. They just weren't able to wrap up.
Yeah, and you think about it, coming out of the intermission where you get the talk at halftime, you come in with some fired upness about you when you're coming back for the second half and you get it snatched away from you right there on the ensuing kick. That can do more psychological damage for you as this ball game unfolds. So after the timeout, 3rd and goal to go now. New quarterback in there, going to go on a keeper straight ahead, right side. Carry that time by Bryce Conover, and Conover got it down to about the 2.5 on just a straight snap to him.
Excellent penetration by Jacoby Diamond that time for Tuskegee. Got in the backfield, disrupted the rhythm of that play, and it appears that Benedict will go into field goal formation.
Well, this could be some kind of psychological save here for Tuskegee if they only come away with here giving up 3 points. It'll be Spires to try the field goal. This will be a 20-yard effort. Snap is low. They got it airborne. Spires on the kick, and Spires missed it left side. How about that for Tuskegee?
You can see the Tuskegee coverage team coming off the field, bouncing happy, knowing that they had a decent stand. A little bit of discussion with one of the officials after the play, one of the Tuskegee players.
It's like that's Quan Kimber having a conversation with the officials.
I'm looking in the end zone, seeing if I can see a yellow flag on that yellow end zone.
No, nothing back there. Tuskegee will have the football. Boy, you talk about a break at the beginning of the second half. That was it. You give up a 97-yard return, and you don't give up any points on that. You got to count your blessings on that one.
Now, here's an opportunity for Tuskegee to answer on offense. First, small victory. Pick up the first down.
During our TU Game Day Live pregame show, both coaches talked about the very fact about the importance of special teams. We saw it there. As Benedict got the break there, Tuskegee with the football on the exchange now as Johnny Morris turns to the inside. Not a whole lot there on the inside for Morris. So you're right back where you started from going into the second half. Just had a little bit of excitement to start things. But Tuskegee got to settle in here offensively.
Morris at 190 ran into the hands of big number 99, Tyreek Crutchfield, who runs 340 pounds up front for the defensive line of Benedict.
Second down play coming here for TU. 11:48 left in the third. TU trailing 28-17 to the Tigers of Benedict. Snap to Bill. Looks to his right. Fires out in the flats. Comeback route catch made by Hardy at the sideline. Hit there. Gang tackle there by the Tigers of Benedict. They rough him up near the 20-yard line. That'll be about a 2-yard, 3-yard net on the catch by Hardy at the sideline. But Tuskegee has got to execute that pass because that's instrumental in terms of their offense. Without the benefit of a strong run game, these receivers on these short routes contributing to the fact that the third downs are going to be manageable. Here it's a 3rd down and 4 after the catch by Hardy.
A very generous spot.
Yep. I'll say. Bill. Tuskegee was going quick on the snaps at the beginning of this ball game, trailing at 28-17. Clock continues to run. They may have to think about continuing that quick cadence here in that second half to save time. Bill on a short drop, floats it upfield, got a man just turning now, and that pass thrown out of bounds and incomplete. Trying to get it downfield to Hardy, but throwing that football off the playing surface. Hardy may have had a step or two on the defender downfield, Isaiah Isidore, but that ball out of play, and TU 3 and out will punt the football.
Jacoby Wall, a defensive lineman for Benedict, bringing pressure on Beal, made him throw a little bit off platform. That ball, even if it was caught, would have been out of bounds.
So Callum Brent on now to punt it away. Mingo stands deep for Benedict. Brent with the kick. He has been spot on all afternoon. Another high kick by Kellum. This one's going to be called fair catch by Mingo at the 34-yard line. And Benedict takes the football back over. They had that short possession to start the second half after the kick return. 10:33 remains in the third. They lead it 28-17. So Tuskegee, very lackluster on that first possession in the second half last.
Tuskegee defense already on the field before the Benedict offense that is just now coming out. They're going to be bringing in a new quarterback. It appears that they have a number 11 lined up that we don't have a number or a name for.
Well, they got Ocean coming back out there. Number 2 lining up.
Okay, Ocean's out there, but who's number 11?
Sort that out on the second. Ocean, the lefty, fires left side. Got a man on a catch there. TU didn't wrap up, so it's an extra yardage on that catch by Brian Saravo. Saravo, a sophomore from New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
Ocean going up tempo again, calling the line of scrimmage. You can see him communicating with his running back and one of his tight ends.
They know that Tuskegee's a bit tired. Shoots it across the middle. Saravo with another catch there. This one near the 47 across midfield.
Credit Benedict. What they're doing an excellent job is getting the plays in from the sideline really quickly. You can see the assistant coach with hat on backwards, signaling the play to Ocean. Ocean's already at the line of scrimmage, ready to take the snap.
Second down coming here for Benedict. 2nd and 4. This time they go on the ground. Bounced out, and Tuskegee with a good defensive stop there. That's led by Emmanuel Cannon for Tuskegee on the stop at the line of scrimmage.
Sometimes you see players and coaches struggle with communication issues. Benedict's playbook is very simple. It takes about 3 seconds for that assistant coach to get the play to Ocean. Ocean is at the line of scrimmage right now.
Stan Clayton, the offensive coordinator for Benedict. I'm not sure if he's down at field level or in the box, but they are doing a quick job of communicating. 3rd down and 3 for Benedict. They're trying to push one of the receivers back, and they get him into a slot now. Actually get that indication from the sideline. Play clock at 8. Snap to Ocean. Ocean floats it up there, may have a flag, and we will. Back trying to cover on the defensive end is Timothy Grayson. They got tied up feet wide, and Grayson stumbling just kind of shoved the receiver forward, and that's going to be a first down for Benedict. They were trying to go upfield, and the tie up there, and Benedict will have the first down as a result of the interference.
Grayson is working against Noah Johnson, one of those last-minute additions, but now you have an issue where the defensive backs for Tuskegee are a little bit shell-shocked with the speed of Benedict. They're just grabbing onto anything they can to see if they can stop these deep patterns.
Indeed, Grayson was beat on that play because Johnson was behind him. He just tripped him up as he was stumbling ahead. It's just interesting. Noah Johnson getting into the lineup. You referenced a late addition to the lineup. We were talking to Dennis Switzer before the ball game, and they told him that he was cleared to play. And Dennis was like, well, he probably won't play because I don't think they dressed him.
Well, you know that's what's going to happen.
Sure, you knew that. Just like you talked about, the thing you expect always happens, or you don't expect, rather.
Expect the unexpected.
Sure. So Johnson with the interference, and on that, Benedict gets a fresh set of downs. They are at the 34 of Tuskegee now. Ocean, he'll take a snap. It's high, but he handles. Gets it down on the ground on a handoff. They're working short side of the field, and working toward the sideline is Tristan Morgan. Morgan working his way inside the 30 down near the 29.
Messiah Wells for Tuskegee actually had an angle on that play, but got tied up to a point by one of the Benedict linemen where he was off balance, just not able to make contact. Benedict with a second and medium call with about 6 to go for the first down.
Play clock running, or stop now at 8:43 remaining in the third. Benedict with a 28-17 lead. Morgan lines up to the right of quarterback Darius Ocean. Play clock at 9, and the snap to Ocean on the ground. Morgan spins to the inside, second wave of the Tuskegee defense. Got it inside the 20. That's enough for the Benedict first down. Boy, coming into this ball game, we were not sure about Benedict's offense. Pretty confident and certain about their defense, but their offense has shown that it's ready to play football now.
Big number 75, Markel Moser, is 390 pounds on the right side of that Benedict line.
They go back inside to Morgan again. Morgan got that one down near the 16. And the benefit of this for Benedict is their running clock on the ground and continuing to push this football. TU got a break on the last possession by Benedict. After a long kick return, they got it inside the 5, but TU able to hold them off the scoreboard. that defense can be asked to do the same thing here as Benedict is inside the red zone. Oceans claps, gets a snap, looks, fires a bullet at the sideline. And how about the tiptoe catch at the sideline by Johnny Arenas Jr.?
Excellent throw once again by Ocean. But the thing you notice, Charles, is that with the two huge guards that Benedict is running, Tuskegee is not able to get any pressure up the middle. They're not athletic, but they outweigh Tuskegee's biggest player by 90 pounds.
Yeah, and such that quick hitting play at the sideline, even if they could get upfield, it's getting out of there so quickly from Ocean that they're just beating Tuskegee to the spot with a quick pass. 1st and goal to go. Ocean floats it to the end zone, over the shoulder grab. Did he hang on to it in the end zone? He did. Arenas went over the top of the defender and just held on. No, they're going to wave it off now. They're going to say no catch. He and Michael King were fighting for that football. And Arenas had it over the head of King, went to the surface. It might have popped out there.
King did not turn for the ball. All the receiver did was reach over his back to try to make the reception.
Well, the officials coming in from the other side, just underneath the goalpost, stepping in to make that call. Actually probably had a better vantage look at it than the side judge coming back in to take a look at it. And they waved that off as a result of timeout taken. Look, we may have a challenge on this. I think we're going to have. Yeah, we're going to have our first challenge of the year on the Golden Tiger Sports Network, and rightfully so. I believe that one's going to be challenged, obviously, by Benedict and head coach Rod Dickerson Jr. after he thought his man was in the end zone with a catch over the head of Michael King. They'll have a couple of vantage looks at this through Sky Coach, the replay system instituted by the SIAC. As you can see down, you can't see it, but down to our right, they have the tent set up down there where the officials have gone under the tent to take a look at the replay.
From our vantage point, it appears that receiver made the catch. Ball was knocked out. They're going to probably try to determine whether he landed with the ball in his hands or was knocked out.
Yeah, if it was moving at the time, because he was right over the top of the helmet of Michael King when he came down to the surface. It's just whether he held it and the ground forced it loose, if it came loose at all. But they'll have 3 vantage looks at it. One from here up top on the press box side. They got a camera down at that end zone looking right at it, because that's probably the camera they're going to be looking at to see exactly what transpired on that play. This camera system provided by Sky Coach forced to set them up at 3 angles on the field. Just looking down there at that tent, I see Commissioner Anthony Holloman standing by. They just instituted this replay in the SIAC this year, so I'm sure he's curious to see how it all plays out in terms of how the officials deal with it. Had a chance to talk to 3 of the officials before the ball game started today talking about the replay. The way it's set up is that coaches can challenge anything on the field, and they'd only get 1 challenge. If you get that challenge right, you take a timeout to call the challenge. If you get it right, you keep your timeout, and you have 1 more challenge for the entire game. And the officials can challenge anything. They'll be looking primarily for targeting, but they can challenge anything that they see out there as well.
So that Sky Coach setup, was that what we saw in the Tuskegee booth?
Indeed, that's exactly what it was, like a little white disc.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They have them set up. The primary one is up top in the broadcast area. Then they have at minimum 2 located at each end zone to catch action on either side. The officials are able down there with an iPad to kind of zoom in and zoom out based upon the camera shot that's taken, and they can determine what they see from there. They are still under the hood here to our right at Charlie W. Johnson Stadium to determine whether that was a touchdown catch by Arenas or not in the end zone.
The only question is, with any new technology, you have it available. Now the question is, how long does it take to make the call?
Sure. It's supposed to be pretty instantaneous in terms of being able to get right to that shot, because all you got to do is shuttle back to the last shot. You have a person down there that's logging every shot of every play of the game. They'll do a start and a stop for each play, so each play is segmented, so you don't have to shuttle through a lot of footage to get to it. It's just how many shots they want to look at.
You can see one of the officials at the 15-yard line facing the crowd. Appears he's going to be the one responsible for making the call.
So they finally come out from under the hood. The referee and the field judge are going to come back. And they're looking at it from the initial look from Benedict. Looks like that call may be going against them, but we'll see. One final conference with the officials.
I can see one of the players for Benedict raise his hands to his helmet as if
That's
to
the
say,
one I saw. Yeah.
This is going against us.
No.
Right.
After review, the rolling on the field is upheld.
Well, the initial ruling was a touchdown by one of the officials, and the other one came in to wave it off. So I guess they're saying that the initial rule was a wave off. So the challenge by Benedict fails, so they have no more challenges left in the football game, and they lose that timeout. So they'll go back to the offense with a 2nd and goal to go from the 10 with 6:45 remaining in the football game. Ocean in shotgun, joined by Morgan in the backfield. Snap, Ocean looks left, pumps once, steps past the defense, shuttle passes it, almost threw it out of bounds. It's loose on the playing surface now, and diving on it is Ocean following that play. Under duress, he was just trying to flip it over to someone in the area, and they got a break there. They didn't fumble that football away to Tuskegee.
Ocean, for one of the few times in this ball game, showing a little bit of panic on that pressure by Tuskegee. Not really certain what he wanted to do with the football, whether he wanted to pitch it or run it. It seemed to get caught in between. The mishandle causes a loss of about 8 yards on their offense.
What we've seen from Ocean in the ball game throughout is that when he's rolling to his left, sometimes he'll step up into the line of scrimmage, anticipating that the defense will go that way, which allows him to step around to the left side. But that time, Tuskegee defense was right in front of him as he turned to the left.
Also, a penalty coming up being called against Benedict. Penalties declined apparently, but this brings up a 2nd and long for their offense.
Actually going to take them to 3rd down, Mark, and it'll be 3rd and goal to go from right inside of the 20-yard line. So Tuskegee right on the brink of just being able to stop a team that was in the red zone facing a 1st and goal to go from the 10. This time, Morgan lines up to the left of Ocean in the snap shotgun. He'll look that way. Now back to the right. Now he's got able to step it up in the middle. Looking for a block at the corner. He'll slide out of bounds near the 12-yard line. So that'll bring up 4th down now for Benedict and likely bring on their field goal unit.
If this game so far proves anything, Charles, that you can't trust results against other opponents. This is a Benedict team that scored 10 points against Central State. And it does not appear to be the same team that's on the field tonight.
You're absolutely right, because we were thinking, okay, our offense just isn't there yet. And, boy, they have really turned on the lights here on this Thursday night with that offense. And this time Spire will come out, and this will be a 29-yard effort by Spire and the Benedict special teams. Snap is good. Kick by Spire. Got plenty of leg on. I think he got that one through. Drove it through for the field goal. Thought he left it out to the right side, but instead he knocks it through. And Benedict extends its lead now to 31-17 over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee University. Could have been worse because Benedict on the verge of scoring a touchdown.
2 drives where it could have been worse. The first coming off of the big kickoff return. This one, Tuskegee with a defensive stand punctuated by a couple of penalties by Benedict. So they really hurt themselves, but they still come away with 3. But the good news, 14 points could have easily been this 3 points.
Tuskegee got to get something going offensively. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, serving the people of Macon County and surrounding areas since 1938 when putting its doors at Tuskegee Institute. The credit union offers free checking accounts, saving accounts, home mortgages, home refinancing, automobile signature, and alternative payday loans, and internet teller service. Better than a bank, because when you open an account with us, you become a part owner. Tuskegee Federal Credit Union, insured by the National Credit Union Administration, not for profit, not for charity, but for service. For more information, visit www.tuskegeefcu@gmx.com. 5:44 remaining in the third. TU got to get some offense going and get it going quickly.
We talked coming into this ball game about the quarterback situation at Tuskegee. Raquan Beal possibly being not on a short leash, but on a medium leash.
Sure.
This drive, I think, Charles, might make a difference between seeing Beal after this and seeing a backup quarterback.
We'll see. If it is a backup quarterback, we're told it'll be the freshman Bryson McGrew. But we will see after the timeout. We gave you the weekly trivia question in the first half, which was outside of college football, which major athletic event was Coach Cleveland Abbott involved? And the answer is he coached the U.S. women's track and field team at the 1936 Berlin Olympics, becoming the first African-American Olympic coach. So that's the answer for this week's trivia question. Excited to see the answers and who contributes to their Alumni Chapter Challenge. 25 points going to the chapter that answers that question correctly, and to every chapter that gets the right answer. 31-17, Benedict set to kick it away. Tuskegee looking for some instant offense here. High kick. This one will come down at the 5. At the 20-yard line now. Got some room there. I think that's Rouser at the far side of the field. Puts his head down. Bangs through a tackler at the 45. Up near the 47-yard line. Good return by Jaquil. Right side. And Tuskegee with good field position with 5:35 left in the third.
An excellent opportunity for the Tuskegee offense to get back on track as they were in the first quarter. They showed some signs of aggression, but just seemed to lose that momentum in the second quarter. Now's the chance to get it back.
Got to get it quickly, though. Bill back in there, quarterback. No change in that. Just got to see if they can't get that offense going. Johnny Morris joins him in the backfield. Extended out of there with Kamoku out there as well. In motion comes Wilson. Now he slides back right side. They'll keep it on the ground. Morris. Second wave of the Benedict defense. The pack pushing Johnny inside of the 45-yard line near the 43.
On that second surge, Morris is about a yard close to the first down marker.
That's a good first down effort there by Tuskegee. Went with some direction on that play, and they drove that line of scrimmage. The line took control of it. Just a yard shy of it. Neal going quickly on it. They go on the ground to Morris again. Powell's right into that front line. Works his way at the 40 down to the 39. That's a quick first down for Tuskegee.
Excellent block thrown inside by Preston Renord, the offensive lineman for Tuskegee. Mixing it up inside. See big number 61 going to the sideline. He might have lost his helmet in the process.
A couple of substitutions coming out for Tuskegee onto the football field. Bill and the rest of the offense looking to the sideline for the play. We're at 4:37 left in the third. Tuskegee wants to answer quickly here. They trail it 31-17 at the 39 of Benedict. First and 10. Snap. Bill on the ground. Morris right side hit at the initial line of scrimmage to serve purple jerseys, led by Israel Wokacha, the grad student from Atlanta, able to push Morris and Tuskegee back on that play. May have lost a yard on it.
The 250-pound Wokacha got the 190-pound Morris. It was a bit of a mismatch.
Sure. Just listening to that sounds like a mismatch.
Just a bit. But give credit to Tuskegee out with some fire on this drive, picking up a huge first down. Now bringing up a second and short.
Sure. Don't want to. Actually, got 12. They lost 2 on that last. That was a first down play. They lost 2. So Bill going to have to throw this one in the pockets. Got some time. Fires upfield, crossing route. Catch made by Hardy. Hardy out of bounds near the 20-yard line. Strike there from Raquan Beal for the first down.
Beal on platform and on balance that time with an accurate throw at the 20. Receiver tacked on another 3 yards to it. Tuskegee deep inside the red zone at the 16-yard line.
Hardy, the sophomore from Orlando, with the grab there. Able to catch that one and keep in stride. That's the one thing we're hoping that they would do, is able to keep these receivers in their forward motion. On the ground, right side, Rouser bounced out of the hole and tied up as they slide him toward the sideline. May have gotten a half yard, but nothing there on the inside that trip.
Substitutions for Benedict. They're getting Jahavian Phillips, another defensive lineman, into the lineup. He's 275 pounds.
2:50 remaining in the third. Tuskegee trailing 31-17. I know they would love to get this score in before this quarter expires. Have a different looking scoreboard heading into the fourth. Beal lines up in the pistol, an extended eye to his right. In motion, they bring a man, that's Wilson. They'll go on the ground, ball fake by Beal, shoots it across the middle, and he threw an interception. Threw it right into the hands of the defender, and coming back the other way, it's George Giojala for the Tigers of Benedict.
Beal actually had a receiver in the middle of the end zone, went with a throw that was just on a line, allowed the linebacker to close, but had time, had a man open, just threw into coverage.
Threw it to the wrong man. Giojala just standing right there, and he threw it right to him. I saw the receiver you're talking about. He was 5 yards beyond that in the end zone, and Beal just threw it to the wrong jersey. That was an easy pick there by Giojala.
Sometimes quarterbacks get a little anxious. They see the open man, and instead of choosing touch, tried to force the ball in, and as a result, Tuskegee turns it over.
Boy, there can't be anything any more disappointing than that, where they were in terms of that drive and having to give the football back to Benedict. Snap. Ocean. He'll go back to work at the sideline. Catch made there by Jackson Williams. Williams just been piling up the numbers in terms of receptions in this football game. And another grab there by him.
Now, the thing to watch, Charles, is the body language of the Tuskegee defense. You want to make sure you're checking for any players with hands on hips, how they're walking around in between plays. They've got to maintain some really aggressive stance with this turnover.
2nd and 1 after the catch by Williams. Pressure. Ocean going to dump it upfield. One-on-one. That's a non-catchable ball there as they were both out of bounds. Michael King on the coverage there for Tuskegee. And Michael kind of walking back to the huddle with his hands behind his hips saying, I don't want to give you anything to call, Mr. Official.
Well, King did an excellent job of getting his shoulder pads square with the receiver. And as they were going downfield, had enough to just nudge him to the sideline without using his hands.
Good coverage there by King. First team all-conference for Tuskegee. 3rd down and 1. Ocean and Benedict. They'll keep it on the ground, looking for that one to keep the football. They got that on the run right side by David Smith. And they'll get a fresh set of downs. But to your theory about coaching, you've seen that from both coaches. Benedict in a 2nd down and 1, they tried to go up top to see if they couldn't just spread that defense, knowing that on 3rd down, all they had to do was get a yard to keep the football.
Another thing you notice, Charles, that Benedict is a very right-handed running team. Moser was looking to the sideline trying to get the play in a little bit faster from his coaches. Here they go to the right side once again.
Smith with the football past the 45, inside the 45, now down to about the 44.
So Markel Moser, 6'4", 390. He's a freshman.
Wow.
So after a few years of eating in the cafeteria, where do you suppose he winds up?
Sure. Do they want him to go any higher? 390, that's a mountain to move. You keep that kind of agile, and you have got a prototypical lineman. Clock running at 46 seconds now in this 3rd quarter. Ocean and Benedict to the line of scrimmage. They face a 2nd down and 8. They'll have to run this play. 5 on the play clock. Snap, it's bobbled. Ocean picks it up with the left hand, shoots it out of bounds as a result. He was rolling to his left, and the football came back to his right, able to scoop it up with his left hand, but the play busted in the process.
Benedict is not shy. They're staying with their pass game with this 2-score lead. They feel that they can dominate the defensive backs of Tuskegee, and as a result, Darius Ocean is given every opportunity to throw the ball downfield.
Absolutely. They one of two things. They can continue to peek at the corners in terms of throwing to the receivers and working first downs that way, or eventually catch Tuskegee sleeping and fake a pass there and go up top for the 6. 3rd down coming here, 3rd and 7. Snap to Ocean. Dumps it up on a screen pass. That's set up extremely well by Benedict. Spinning after the catch. That's enough for the first down. Is Tristan Morgan.
Something we haven't seen all game. Spread the field with 2 receivers to either side, throw underneath, right up the middle. First down, Benedict.
Nicely set up screen there for Benedict. As he come to the end of the third quarter, they will go into the fourth with a 31-17 lead over the Tigers, Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, live from Charlie W. Johnson Stadium here in Columbia, South Carolina. Take a break on GTSN and bring you the fourth when we return.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Hey, Golden Tiger fans. Arthur A.J. Woodson here, class of 2010, current president for the New York Tuskegee Alumni Association, encouraging all other alumni chapters to sign up for this year's Golden Tiger Sports Network Alumni Chapter Challenge, grand prize being a deluxe tailgate experience being held at this year's homecoming. Sign your chapters up now so that you can be a part of the weekly score predictions, trivia during the game, and even have a live check-in during the game on the GTSN if your chapter is hosting a watch party. So sign up and be a part of this year's Alumni Chapter Challenge.
I got something on Moser when we come back. The 2 M's, the M&M's on the right side of the Benedict line, and in particular, Markel Moser, 390 pounds. As they came to the bench, I'm looking at his physique, and you would expect a player carrying that much weight to have a big pot belly, but Moser is actually very proportional. His lower body, where his weight seems to be packed, is into his thighs. So as a result, Moser does not move like a 390-pound player. He's very agile for his size.
Good observation there. Just looking at some of the stats going into this fourth quarter, it's just difficult to understand why the scoreboard is the way that it is. If you look at some of the totals here, total offense in that first 3 quarters of play, Tuskegee, 45 plays for 223 yards. Benedict, 51 plays with 292 yards. Time of possession, Tuskegee, 22 minutes, 37 seconds. Benedict, 22 minutes, 23 seconds. Quarterback matchup, Ocean, 17 of 27, no interceptions for 198 yards. The difference is he's thrown 3 touchdowns. Bill, 9 of 18 with 1 pick, 144 yards. He's thrown 2 touchdowns. So on paper, things look even.
Well, you know the games aren't played on paper, and you know numbers lie. But I'm talking about Markel Moser, who was actually dancing with the band before he came out on the field, all of 390 pounds.
Headed into the fourth. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter here. Charles McNeil, our pregame and halftime host, joining us on the road this afternoon. And Benedict trying to punch another one in. They go with quarterback Bryson Conover. Conover throwing it to the corner of the end zone, and that pass goes incomplete.
He's trying to hit Malachi Jones, their favorite receiver son, in the deep corner of the end zone.
Benedict trying to give Tuskegee a different look with Conover that time throwing it toward the corner of the end zone. They were fully expecting him perhaps to run the football, which he did when he got into the ball game first time around.
And guess who's back?
Yeah, Mr. Ocean, and not Billy. Receiving for Benedict, Mikel Jones with 7 targets, 5 catches for 90 yards and a touchdown. Jackson Williams, 6 targets, 4 catches, 47 yards with the 1 touchdown. Ocean on the ground, left side, streaking right up the middle. They got a man there. He turns himself inside of the 20-yard line and down near the 10. Going to make out the runner there for Benedict on the carry. That was Tristan Morgan on that carry for Benedict. And Morgan runs it for the first down. Check Morgan's number in the ball game. Only 29 carries of 27 yards total for him. That was a big one there to give them the first down. On the ground, they go right back to him again, right side. Keeps his feet moving, runs his way inside the 5-yard. He was just not to be denied on that. Fought through a couple of tackles and got it inside the 5 down near the 3.
Tristan Morgan and Johnny Morris, very similar, both 5'9", 190, both with a quick burst on consecutive plays, though. Morgan gets to the outside, and Benedict is threatening once again.
Morgan looking for his first touchdown run of the season for Benedict. They're down inside the 5, first and goal, or second and goal there. They give it to him right side, fights his way toward the end zone. The scrum takes place, and he's going to be marked down outside of the end zone at about the half-yard line. Benedict's offensive line were just trying to will him into the end zone, weight and all on the right side.
Caleb Harrell for Tuskegee had a shot at him about the 4-yard line, was off balance, could only get a hand or an arm on the running back as he's cutting inside. Benedict at the 1-yard line.
Third and goal for Benedict. Tuskegee trying to see if third time they can hold him out once again. Snap, ball fake, sidearm, touchdown, Benedict. Hillman on the route, just a quick whip by Ocean on the pass in the middle, and they get the touchdown.
Ocean put a little mustard on that throw. That was not just sidearm. He dropped down in a little bit of a submarine motion for a little extra style points on that last touchdown throw. But Ocean very accurate off the snap.
Yeah, Tuskegee down anticipating a run again. And on the quick throw, Hillman got inside the end zone for the touchdown. Spires on now to try to point after, and he is true on the point after for Benedict. So Benedict now extends its lead to 38-17 with 13:06 left in this football game.
We talked about the danger of playing a Jackson State going into that game. Two things came to mind. It was not just playing Jackson State, but the aftermath of playing Jackson State, and you add on the fact that you're playing on a short week. You can tell the focus of Tuskegee is not quite there in this third quarter. And Benedict, which has not been known for its scoring prowess so far this season, has 38 points on the board.
And we're talking about it, but we're not giving a lot of the context for these back-to-back games because it's about a 6-hour drive from Tuskegee to Jackson to play. After that, you got a 6-hour drive back. You got a short week, and then the week you playing this ball game, you got to drive here to Columbia, South Carolina to set it all up again. It's a taxing thing for a student athlete to have to go through that.
Well, it's not making any excuses. In the words of James Brown, what it is what it is. And it's a tough haul for this Tuskegee team to play with 3 days of practice. Now, we talked to the coaches going into that Jackson State game about what they would do in the off week. And Coach Aaron James talked about practicing only in helmets on Sunday, shells on Monday, Tuesday. But that's still a very short week because you're back on the bus on Wednesday.
Sure. And you know, like I do, we do a lot of traveling and covering Tuskegee athletics. It takes a toll on you.
Well, the thing is, my body is telling me tomorrow, Saturday.
Yeah, feels like it, that's for sure. Not used to this Thursday night action.
I'm going to go home tomorrow, turn on the TV, and expect to see an NFL game.
And Benedict whipping up the offense starting in that second quarter. They have gotten the separation from the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Last time they met, Benedict put up 58 points. 13:06 remaining in this football game. They still got a lot of time in it. Keep adding to their score, but Tuskegee will see if they make any kind of changes to address this situation. I know it's, as you referenced, it's an issue about what's happening primarily on defense. Thought they had a shakeup on that last possession, but the interception just killed that opportunity. Spires with the kick, We'll have a return here. Rouser squeezes at the 9, works it to the 15. Up the gut he goes, tripped up near the 25, falls forward near the 28-yard line. So
last man for Benedict was Bryant Serrano, the wide receiver whose name we've called a couple of times so far on kick coverage team, made an excellent open field tackle.
So Tuskegee starting from their own 28. The offense back out there. And Raekwon Beal coming back in at quarterback. He'll be joined by Rouser in the backfield. TU, 13 minutes left. Still time in this football game, but they have got to work in a hurry. Beal sets in the shotgun. He'll take the snap, straight drop, pressure at the corner. They'll flush him right side. Beal raises at the sideline, shoots it upfield. E.J. Hall behind the defense, over the shoulder, catch by Hall, and he is inside the 20, down near the 16.
Beal is running to his right at the 25-yard line, plants and delivers a perfect throw to his wide receiver. Now, Tuskegee bouncing around trying to get to the line of scrimmage. It's not too early to think about clock management.
Indeed. They want to go as quickly as they can here, trailing at 38-17. See if they go without the look over to the huddle, burning time there. See if they had a couple of plays called coming into this. They do. They go quickly here. On the ground, Rouser got some space. Second wave of the Benedict defense, works his way down near the 11-yard line. Good pickup there on the first down.
If you run the football, get back to the line of scrimmage quickly. Do not wait for the secondary play call, as Tuskegee's been known to do. Get that first play call in and go on the first count.
Got an injured Tiger, Benedict, down near the 12-yard line. That'll stop play momentarily. Let's see, attend to him, or however long it takes. Unable to make a number out at this point, still lying on his back near the 12. Tuskegee with a couple of big hitting plays there. The pass to Hall downfield. Got him set up inside the red zone, and that first run by Rouser on the inside, a pickup of about 7 on that carry by Jaquil.
Appears to be big number 191, Jahavian Phillips, the defensive lineman for Benedict, coming to the sideline.
Holding his left leg, but is able to walk under his own power. So the players summoned back out onto the field after the medical. And TU back to the line of scrimmage. 12:23 remains. TU trailing 38-17. Play clock winds and it's geared up. Beal Rouser joins him in the backfield to his left. Shotgun is the set for TU. Snap to Beal. On the ground, Rouser. Hard hit play by Jaquil right side inside the 10. Pickup of about 2. Going to be a couple of yards shy of the marker for the first down.
I may have to nominate Beal for a Best Actor award. Just when you think that he is down and out, throwing that interception on the previous drive, he comes back and makes an amazing throw, rolling out to his right. Tuskegee inside the red zone.
And Tuskegee now looks like they're going with a receiver or running back package now. I think they call that the Wildcat, with Rouser setting in at quarterback for TU. He'll take the snap. We're going to get a procedure on that one, no doubt. Had a couple of players jumping up front. Boy. Yeah, that'll make you grimace.
I'm wincing just because of the timing of switching it up like that. You're rolling on offense, and you decide to run an offense you haven't run all game and get a procedure call.
Sure. 3rd and about 2 on that set. And they made the decision to pull Bill off and to get into that Wildcat, and they just never got set at the line of scrimmage.
Sometimes in using a little trickeration, you only wind up tricking yourself.
Sure.
And that time, Tuskegee's offense, with Beal back on the field right now, not helping themselves.
Now 3rd and 7 as a result. Got to get this through the air. Bill, short drop, looks to his left, fires at the corner. Catch made there. No, in and out of the hands after a hard hit at the sideline. Garmin not able to hang on as Jamil Sam closed the door on the hit to knock it free.
And a dangerously long throw for Beal, who was not stepping into that pass. He got it to the receiver, but if he's going to make that pass, which is about 30 yards in the air, he's got to really step into it and zing it out there.
Now it's 4th down, and anything short of a perfect pass on a completion, football goes over to Benedict. They peer to the sideline, clock running on the play clock down to 10. And the game clock standing still at 11:17. Now 5 to snap it. Bill sets in. He'll take the snap. They're coming at it. Bill got pressure, unloads it, threw it behind the receiver, and almost threw an interception. Pass goes incomplete. Benedict sent the house at Bill. Bill had to unload early and almost threw the pick. And the football over to Benedict.
Well, control once again for Benedict in the face of Beal. Prevented him from having a clear sight at the receiver, and as a result, threw the ball behind him. And Benedict takes over on downs with 11:13 remaining.
Boy, if you go back to it's going to be that play you talked about where they made chase that formation and they took the quarterback out there that really just kind of sent everything backpedaling there. Every indication was, there was with the set they had, they could have run the same type play. And instead, they get the 5-yard assessment and just blew that sequence up, and the football over to Benedict again. 11:13 remains. And the men in purple back out to handle the football. Ocean in this shotgun. He'll take the snap. On the ground, they go to second wave of the defense. Stutter step and head it toward the sideline. On the carry is Akeem Durant. Durant, the red shirt sophomore from McCormick, South Carolina, carries and picked up a first down.
How many times do you see a team not pick up a important 4th and short,
Sure,
and the subsequent offensive play by the opponent turns out to be a big play?
Absolutely. And you know what Benedict is thinking here. We got the dagger. Let's see if we can't do the last bury on him here. If we drive this football, burn more clock, and get another score. And you got a very weary Tuskegee defense out there.
We may be close to 9 minutes remaining on this next snap.
Ocean in the pistol again. Joined by Durant in the backfield. TU with 3 up front. Now they'll bring in a running back and a blitz coming in. They read that well at the line of scrimmage and read that and blow it up in the backfield. Michael McGuire covered from the right corner, stepped right into the path of that run to make the stop. Loss of a couple on that play after the good read by the TU defense. 10 minutes exactly left in this football game. 2nd down and 13 for Benedict. Line of scrimmage now their own 24 after losing a couple on the previous play.
Now Benedict showing a little bit more deliberate play at the line of scrimmage, letting the play clock run down.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to do clock management as well. Football resting in the middle of the field. At 5, snap to Ocean. On the ground, Durant trying to find space back on the interior, but knocked down near the 25-yard line. Got it close to the initial line of scrimmage. That'll bring up 3rd and about 11 for Benedict.
It's interesting. Benedict's at the line of scrimmage with 30 seconds remaining on the play clock and 9:13 on the game clock.
Benedict came in averaging 265 yards of offense per game. Weren't too far off of that, or just a little bit over that in the 3 quarters of play here against Tuskegee. So they're really helping their numbers in an impressive showing offensively so far. Ocean with its 3rd and 12. Pumps once. Now they'll flush him to the left. Trying to get a defender to come, a receiver coming back and sliding with a catch behind the sticks once again. It is Brian Serravo. Serravo has 3 big catches for that Benedict offense and gone for first down catches.
One thing you notice between Darius Ocean and his receivers, excellent communication. As he's rolling and improvising, the receivers just go to an open space. He finds them, picks up the first down.
Yeah, so Bravo has done that a couple of times. Came back to where Ocean was, sliding to the carpet there to make the first down catch.
And he's running parallel to the roll.
It's exactly what you want. Everybody being in sequence and kind of looking back to see what's going on. When you don't get that pass thrown right to you when you're on your reception downfield, that's your cue to start looking back and see how you can help. On the ground, they go left side, roughed up, trying to get back to the line of scrimmage. On the carry is Akeem Durant. Durant slides toward the sideline, may have gotten a half, not much more. What they're doing now is a combination of getting first downs, eating clock, and keeping that football.
Running behind another freshman offensive lineman, Isaiah Richardson, who's 6'5", 310 on the left side.
Tuskegee got the first touchdown of this football game. Benedict answered. TU answered that, led 14-7. Got another field goal and led it 17-7. And ever since then, it's been all Benedict. They go on the ground, trying to turn the corner as Durant. Slides back, got to the initial line of scrimmage. And that'll bring up third down now for Benedict. They converted on the last third down and 12. And then we face with it here, 3rd and 10.
I'm surprised at the resilience of the Benedict offensive line, which has not had many substitutions all evening. This has been an 80-degree night. You have multiple 300-plus players up front, and they've been going the entire game.
Yeah, but you're talking about a team that in a minimal scoring effort against Central State and probably a little bit more rest in terms of playing, in terms of travel, as to maybe why they're maybe a little fresher here. Ocean this time on a third down effort. Tuskegee gets to him behind the line of scrimmage, and they get a sack on him. So that'll bring up 4th and Benedict to punt the football.
Be Marquise Hawthorne for Tuskegee. Big number 36 was coming on his blitz from his defensive back position, trying to load up that front. Finally getting a sack on Darius Ocean.
So Benedict, for one of the few times in this football game, will have to punt the football away. I think this actually may be Colton Ford's first punt of the football game. E.J. Hall stands deep, line drive kick. Hall may have a return. He's going to let it bounce instead, though. Tries to chase it down, picks it up on the hop near the 13 and crushed near the 17-yard line near the out-of-bounds marker. EJ was going to let that one bounce, thought it would get over his head and back to the end zone, but he had to pick it up near the 10.
I'm keeping a close eye on who Tuskegee may run in at quarterback. It appears, is that number 15 coming into the ball game?
I think that's going to be Bill back out there again.
Bill's back out there, okay.
Out. Yeah.
For a split second, I thought it might have been Yapor, who actually wears 16.
Yeah, we're talking to Coach James during the course of the week. Told us that we would likely see McGrew, if not Kapoor, in the ball game to back up Bill. But I don't think this was the kind of scenario he was thinking about, those guys getting in to replace Bill. Snap to Raekwon. Pressure. He'll step up in the pocket, slides ahead, shoots it upfield, and trying to get it downfield, stumbling on the tie up there, and flags finally coming in at the back of the play. He was trying to get it to Ian Nation, who had a step on the defender on the other end of the field.
He had a step and also got stepped on by the defensive back, by Benedict. Morgan have a 0 in the backfield. Actually, one of the players for Benedict has his helmet off. That could be Dante Craigette Drake. That'll be penalized, wearing number 8.
That's going to be a mark-off from the line of scrimmage up to the 32. So it's right at the assessment from the line of scrimmage, 15-yard penalty. So that'll be 1st and 10 for Tuskegee from their own 32. And we're down to 5:11 left in this football game. Tuskegee has to really go quick now. Bill shoots it. Sideline pass over the head of Hall and incomplete.
Catchable ball just dropped on the near sideline at the 45.
Yeah. At the 45, just not able to pull it in. Had to do a little bit of body maneuvering to get to that football, but very catchable, as you referenced.
You know, sometimes when players are wearing shoulder pads that are a little bit out of proportion for their body, it's a little bit difficult to get your hands directly over your helmet and closed. That time the ball was right between his hands, so I don't know if those shoulder pads were smaller, he'd be able to bring his hands closer together.
Second down now for Tuskegee with 5:07 remaining in the contest, trailing it 38-17. Quick snap, Bill, pressure, steps up, throws it underneath. Johnny Morris with the catch, wrapped up in his tracks. Good open field tackle there by the defense of Benedict in the secondary.
Gabriel Garman was streaking open the middle of the field around the 35-yard line, but the play wasn't designed for a big play.
Davis with a good open field tackle there by Benedict at the 37. 4:40 remains.
Tuskegee wanted encroachment.
3rd down and 6. Play clock 13. Bill with the snap. Pressure from the corner. Bill checks, slides to his right. Waving, fires, threw it. Catch made at the sideline by Nation, close to the first down marker. I think he'll have it based upon the catch and it being out of bounds.
Excellent call right below us. A very generous spot at the 42-yard line for Tuskegee. Make it the 43. Tuskegee trying to go quick with the clock continuing to run.
It's at 4:10 right now. Fresh set of downs for Bill and Tuskegee, trailing 38-17. Slot to the left, Bill. He'll take the snap. Pressure. Now he unloads. Threw it and incomplete. Trying to get it on a crossing route to Malik Thomas, but led Thomas too far on the pass.
A lot of traffic around Beal as he's delivering that ball. You can see about 3 or 4 linemen for Benedict just collapsing at his feet. Fortunate that he was able to get the pass away with that much trouble in front of him.
2nd down coming now. We're under 4 minutes left. Tuskegee. Energy at the beginning of this football game. But as the night has worn on, this Thursday night under the lights has favored the Tigers of Benedict College. Beal with the snap, pressure by Benedict. He'll unload early and shot it downfield and incomplete. Had to dump it because they were coming at him from both sides of the line, Benedict was.
Benedict brought Markel Davis, a linebacker, right up the middle before Beal had an opportunity to just set up and throw, even off of a 5-step drop.
Tuskegee, they can pick up one lesson from this is as that defense is coming like that, you're certainly not going to be able to get that football that far down the football field. You're going to have to design some routes that will allow you to take advantage of a pursuing defense, just dumping it really kind of from the spot that they just left, if you will.
One thing we haven't seen a lot from Tuskegee this year is the screenplay.
Sure. We saw one from Benedict that worked effectively for them in the second half. Bill dumps, shoots it upfield, and overshoots a receiver wide open near the 42-yard line. Trying to get it into the hands of Preston Parker, and shot that one too high on the pass.
Preston Parker coming to the near sideline at about the 40-yard line, as you mentioned, wide open. Now the player within 8 yards of him, just overshot by Beal.
So that'll bring up a 4th down here for Tuskegee. And really with 3:44 remaining in the football game, forced to go for it here. Which means if you go for it and you don't get it, stat box is going to look a little different at the end of the game.
Well, it depends on how good of friends these two coaches are.
Bill shoots it upfield, got a man this time behind the coverage, and the catch made downfield. No, cannot hang on to it, was Malik Thomas. Thomas had the football at the 20, but it got jarred loose as he was trying to bring it down.
That was a difficult catch. Ball was in the neighborhood, but as he's sprinting open at about the 20, he's trying to turn his body back to make the catch.
Meanwhile, we got a flag at the line of scrimmage. Tuskegee may get some help here on a roughing the passer. Let's see.
Personal foul. Head to the face. Offense. 56. 26 fine.
Hands to the face against Tuskegee.
Yeah, won't go the way that they were hoping. It'll go against TU, and on the decline of the penalty, Benedict will have it, feasting at the Tuskegee 43-yard line. Now, to your point, with 3:38 left, Dickerson and James, let's see how good of friends you are.
Well, plays like this make a difference in that post-game handshake.
Sure.
it's either one of those glad to see you again or get out of my face.
Well,
what are you doing running a play to try to score again?
Here's an indication of what they're going to do. Benedict has gone with some wholesale substitutions, including Youssef Trey Manley at quarterback and a couple of different running backs in there. So let's see if they just put it on the ground. And they will. They'll run it right side back to the interior. And crushing hit there, sliding back to the inside. Good stick there defensively by Messiah Wells. And Mingo on the carry, but Mingo going to be slow to get up after the hit he took from Messiah Wells.
And Wells has had his hands full all evening, going at only 260 pounds at 6'1", matching up against this massive offensive front for Benedict.
Well, correction on that. It wasn't Mingo that took the hit. It's one of the linemen for Benedict that got up slow after that play as they're looking at his right leg.
Looks like it could be Isaiah Turner, big number 77.
They're working with him. Don't want to pretend to be a doctor or anything, but it looks like it could be a cramp, but that's just from looking up at this vantage point. Benedict coming in. Good second half of football for them. Started late in that first half in the second quarter. Really started to get their legs under them offensively and just took control of this football game throughout.
We talked about Benedict entering this game pitching 2 shutouts. They have shut out Tuskegee in the second half of this game.
Yeah, TU got its 17 in that first half, and that was it. Ball game started in that first quarter with E.J. Hall, a 32-yard pass from Bill to get the first score of the ball game with the kick by Ryans to make it 7-0. And then Benedict answered a couple of minutes later on a 2-yard pass from Ocean to Troy Tillman to tie the ball game up at 7. And the injured player coming off the field now for Benedict.
Good to see Isaiah Turner back up, walking to the sideline. He's favoring that right leg, it appears, but at least they didn't have to bring the cart out for him.
Sure. Then E.J. Hall got his second touchdown grab from the Bill. Point after, then Ryans got a 25-yard field goal. Tuskegee leading at 17-7 and looking pretty good in the process. After leading 14-7, TU was shut out, 30 out and scoring 31-3 the next 40-plus minutes in this ball game. So where we are right now at 38-17. So that note from Charles McNeil really tells the story of how this thing kind of wound its way down heavily in favor of Benedict as to where they lead it now with just 3:22 remaining. And they are at the 41-yard line of Tuskegee. And whistles coming. I think Coach Aaron James taking a time out there on the far side of the field to talk to his defense.
What's the famous Vince Lombardi line? Fatigue makes cowards of us all. And I think this game is a case of fatigue for Tuskegee.
Indeed. Just started to show itself and this just fell prey to, you got to credit that scheme of Benedict to a large degree too, where they really expedited the fatigueness of Tuskegee in terms of shooting it out to their receivers right there, not having to do much but catching and running after they do that. They'll wear the defense out as well because the linemen still have to kind of sprint out to cover that play because it's kind of close to in front of them, and everybody's still hustling trying to get to it.
And the funny thing is, not so funny, we were warned about the speed of the Benedict receivers during our pregame conversation. We just didn't know they were that fast.
Sure.
Because Tuskegee has some talent in their defensive backfield, especially at corners. You don't see them blown by like they have been blown by tonight.
And we were talking about, well, we saw that against Jackson State. We kind of expected that because perhaps they're bigger, quicker, faster. But we saw the same thing here tonight with Benedict. May not be the receivers a little bit bigger, but they're just as quick. And Tuskegee, defensively, secondary, just not able to keep up with them.
Clock is now being managed on the field. They took a few seconds off right after that timeout. So we're at 3:21 exactly.
Throwing the football, they got it in the hands to Saravo. Saravo with another catch beyond the sticks after a short run by him to give Benedict another first down.
Bryant Saravo is only 6 foot tall, 175. but he's one of those pesky receivers that just seems to find space. He's not exceptionally fast, but you look up, he's 10 yards open.
How'd he get open, right? Yeah.
He's slower than he looks.
And another timeout. I think this one taken by Tuskegee as well. So I don't know. There's a lot of different players out there. This just may be a moment of teachability for Tuskegee and his coaching staff to this new group of players out there that are defending against this new offense personnel for Benedict, as they've called off their starting personnel. And this second unit, with 3 minutes left, they pushed it for a first down here to the 32-yard line.
The good news for Tuskegee, Charles, got 3 days extra rest.
Yep, that's a good point. They don't get Fort Valley until the following Saturday at Cleve Abbott Alumni Memorial Stadium on Military Appreciation Weekend. Manley will take a snap, whistles and flags at the line of scrimmage.
Benedict jumped one of their wide receivers a little bit eager. This is what sometimes happens when you bring those substitutions into the ball game. They just want to do something to impress the coaches.
Sure.
The receiver on the near sideline for Benedict, well, that's Sarabo being caught for the jumping the snap count just when we were singing his praises.
Maybe that's how he's getting open. Just not catching him.
Good call.
Clock remains at 3, so 3 minutes, that is. As they set to gear things up, this time from the 37. Manley lines up in shotgun for Benedict. On the ground, and straight ahead, Tuskegee winning the battle at the line of scrimmage there. So they unpile it. A lot of extracurricular jockeying there.
Tuskegee stripping at the ball. Last man coming away with it was one of their linebackers, Devin Smith. Snatched the ball and was running downfield at about the 30-yard line just in case referees were going to let that play stand or continue.
You got to tell me to stop, right?
Exactly.
That's a quick reminder that the alumni chapters to continue to participate in this alumni chapter challenge. We're getting closer to making that award at the end of the season for that tailgate extravaganza. That'll be won by the winning chapter at Homecoming 2025. And also a reminder that next weekend at Military Appreciation Day weekend, 2 days of events on Friday at Moulton Field. A lot of activities, which includes military displays and recruiters from the various branches of the military, and an afternoon session with the Tuskegee students where it'll be a comedy show followed by a documentary on some of the men in their own words from the Red Tails unit, and then the movie Red Tails Classic as a culmination of a day at Moulton Field. Just a reminder to bring your own chairs for just a festive day of Friday activities. And then the game on Saturday features the Wildcats of Fort Valley and Tuskegee at 2 o'clock at the football field. We'll have the flyover from the full throttle flying formation team to do the flyover just before kickoff in that celebration weekend. So it should be a big weekend on the campus. It's also Parents Weekend, and parents are actually going to be checking in at Moulton Field on that Friday. So a lot of activity at the airfield on Friday, including Lift Academy having some of the aircraft out there for the aerospace program or the flying program that's being reintroduced at Tuskegee. So just a big day for the entire community, not just Tuskegee, but all the surrounding communities on a day of community activity. Manley going to push one toward the end zone, coming back for a catch there. Almost pulled it in, but a flag coming in at the back of that play. So Benedict, to some degree, answering your question, Lassiter, about whether they were going to go for this, trying to get another score before this ball game is over. Had a man downfield and a flag coming in at the base of that play.
The cornerback on that side for Tuskegee looks to be Varian Terry. Did not turn and find the football. Just got his hands up in a classic face guarding move. He's penalized. Benedict, with 1:59 remaining, is inside the red zone.
Yeah, going to be that 2-minute timeout before the end of the ball game. And with that play, the defender, as you referenced, never turned back toward the line of scrimmage, but never made contact with the receiver either, though. So surprised that they called that flag, given the lateness of this football game. But I guess you got to call them as you see them. And that'll put the Benedict inside the red zone. Benedict, as you referenced, they will have a few days extra rest as they get set to meet Clark Atlanta, next opponent on its schedule. And they'll go into that ball game, surprisingly, with a 3-0 record when Benedict was predicted to finish 7th in the conference this season. So Benedict has back-to-back SIAC champions in 2022 and 23. A lot to prove under this new regime of Rod Dickerson.
Well, they've got an interesting formula, Charles, because you have 9 returning starters on defense. You've got this unproven but huge offensive line. And if this line continues to develop as a unit, they're going to be a problem because it allows them to run the football. And if you give Ocean time to throw, he is accurate enough to just pick you apart.
Yeah, we were talking to Dennis Switzer, sports information director. He was saying, well, it's been a toss-up between Jackson Jensen and Darius Ocean for that quarterback spot. But I think between him coming in last weekend to take the snaps there and starting this ball game and going all the way, they may have settled their quarterback issue to a large degree. And if they can get any help for Tristan Morgan in that backfield with the 2 running backs that were out, Caleb Pearson and Trayvon Finney coming back, this team is going to be difficult to handle during the course of the regular season.
And the other ingredient, they've got speed at receiver.
Definitely like that receiving core, no doubt. They just really beat Tuskegee at every turn in terms of getting the catches on pass routes that Tuskegee should have been in a position to defend if they gotten there quick enough. Now play set to resume. Manley, high snap, puts it on the ground. They go left side, sliding, bumping his way near the 10-yard line is Akeem Durant. Durant trying to find that end zone as he kept his legs pumping left side. Clock geared up at a minute 40 left.
Tariq Monroe, one of those big offensive linemen, still aggressively challenging the Tuskegee defenders after that play. So they have not given that big line a blow. They've played from start to finish.
Trying to see if they can push another one in. Quick reminder that we got Tuskegee Volleyball coming your way on Golden Tiger Sports Network on Monday from Chappie James Arena as the Golden Tigers host Rust College. And congratulations, Coach Pamela Page and the volleyball team at Tuskegee starting the season out at a 3-0 mark early on in the campaign.
We're coming up on what could be the last play of the ball game, as there's about a 20-second difference between the play clock and the field clock.
Nice call. They won't have to run another one after this. They'll run this one all the way down, even if they do run a play here. They run it right at the end just so the clock won't stop. So what was thought to be the bounce back game for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Keeper left side and headed toward the end zone on the touchdown run is Manley left side. Oh boy. That adds insult to injury there.
It wasn't a pass play. It was just an effective ball fake.
Sure.
That Manley got.
I've done all I can do. I kept it on the ground for you. Right?
He got the action going one way, took it back to the near sideline, and Tuskegee was just not there with an aggressive tackle. And Benedict put some more points on the scoreboard.
Man, oh man. 18 seconds left. They notch another score. And now it'll look even worse on the final tally for this football game. Spire with the kick. Lifts it through, and Benedict extends its lead to 45-17. And Benedict ranked number 9 in the box to row, first report of the season, meaning week 1. And after this 3-0 start, you're likely to see them to jump up in those rankings and making a statement here with this win over Tuskegee. They know that the more that they dominate the opponents in the SIAC. Now remember, this is the first year that there is an automatic bid from each conference. So Benedict shooting its way, trying to make sure that they can secure their own future into postseason play with an early 3-0 start.
This is a confounding ball game, Charles. I can't tell whether Benedict is this good or Tuskegee is that tired. But as it stands, just as a reminder to our audience, Benedict scored 10 points against Central State. They were shut out. They shut out 2 of their previous opponents on defense. So this team is showing signs of being much better than that preseason prediction.
Yeah, and also as you reflect on that rematch of that 2022 SIAC championship ball game, this one did not want the rematch, didn't go the way that Coach Aaron James wanted. Tuskegee lost that ball game 58-21. And boy, this score here is awfully close to getting to where they lost that one before. This time, E.J. Hall about to make a difference on this, though. Hall with just one man to beat left side. Hall all the way. Touchdown on the punt return, E.J., or the kickoff return for E.J. Hall. A little light there for the Golden Tigers at the end of a dismal football game. He'll take it to the house for Tuskegee to kick it on a kickoff return to give Tuskegee a needed touchdown. It comes with only 6 seconds left, but Tuskegee will take anything that they can in terms of any positive mental energy coming away from this football game. Hall able to take it the distance on the kick return for Tuskegee, took it 92 yards, and special teams effort by Hall gives him his 3rd score of the ball game, and Tuskegee cuts into the Benedict lead 45-24 after the lightning return by E.J. Hall.
Well, just like I was saying at the beginning of the ball game, we're going to have a defensive contest.
Yeah, just like you said, right? Next game, you're outside the booth, right? Rain or whatever. The exact opposite here. Good way to climax this football game for Tuskegee to take something away from a contest that they just got outmanned as this ball game continued to expire. Second week in a row that EJ has done, or candidate here for newcomer of the week, had 2 touchdown catches in this ball game, and with that run, boy, he's going to be high on that roster on a Thursday night. He's setting the standards high for the rest of the special team people during the course of week's play over the weekend.
And Charles, you can't help but go back to the what ifs. What if Beal does not throw the interception?
Oh, yeah.
On the drive where they were in the red zone and had a man. So Tuskegee, I'm sure, will go into their film study with some plays that they'd love to have back. 45-24 is nothing pretty. The best thing they can do in the off week is get some rest.
Sure. A couple of days that you have added benefit. I know 1 or 2 of them may just be, we'll see you in a couple of days, because you got to clear out a whole lot of stuff, the physicality in terms of the fatigueness of the body, but also you got to clear out this whole mindset of what they've done over the last 2 weeks or what they haven't done over the last 2 weeks. They knew it was going to be a rough track just based upon them having to do the back-to-back games, as Tuskegee trying everything it can. They'll try to close this game with an onside kick, and Benedict covers that one.
Well, also something that you mentioned, with the game coming on Thursday, you give players a few days to catch up on their studies.
Sure.
Because a Thursday game can be disruptive to your normal class schedule more than a weekend game.
Yeah, that's a factor that you also got to weigh into this as well, is that these student athletes are still plunging ahead with the books, and how much of a factor they have to weigh into that, and all with the travel that they've had over a couple of weeks. But on the field, there's no doubt about it, Tuskegee sent to school by the Tigers of Benedict College here at Charles W. Johnson Stadium. They'll line up for this final snap of the football game. And Benedict An impressive start for them under second-year head coach Ron Dickerson. They'll start the campaign at 3-0 and go to 2-0 in SIAC play. And for Tuskegee, they will fall to 2-2 overall and 1-1 in SIAC play after falling 45-24 to the Tigers of Benedict College in a ball game that Tuskegee started out hot, led it 17-7 early on, but after that, it was all Benedict except for this last touchdown.
Charles, 2 weeks ago, we knew this was going to be a difficult stretch. Starting at 2-0, facing Jackson State and coming in on a short week, we figured that if Tuskegee could get one of the two, it would be a win. Unfortunately, to come away with 2 consecutive losses, all they can do at this point is regroup, rest up, and try to get ready for Fort Valley.
Indeed, you're right. And we will try to do the same thing as well, traveling with Jackson and now here to Columbia to follow them. It'll be a chance for all of us in Tuskegee Nation to kind of recalibrate and get ready for Fort Valley as you referenced on Military Appreciation Day weekend.
I just wish that Mrs. B's was open past 10 o'clock.
Well, she'll be open for breakfast, and we'll do our encore from there. And we'll say our goodbyes here from Charlie W. Johnson Stadium at Benedict College. Tuskegee falling 45-24 to the Tigers of Benedict College. Quick reminder that we're here live inside Chappie James Arena on Monday for Tuskegee volleyball action against Russ College. We'll have the coverage for you on GTSN. Until then, on behalf of pregame host and halftime host Charles McNeil, game analyst Mark Lassiter, and all of our hardworking folks on the production crew at GTSN, special thanks to Tuskegee President Dr. Mark Brown, and congratulations on your investiture services coming up this weekend. To the administration and staff at Tuskegee University and the athletics department, AD Reginald Ruffin, and his hardworking staff, thanks to you so much for your efforts. And to Jordan Benson, who's absent today, but his great work from Sports Information to get us prepped for these ball games. Final score once again, 45-24. TU takes it on the chin against the Tigers of Benedict College. We'll have more coverage for Tuskegee from Cleve Abbott Alumni Memorial Stadium next Saturday when they host the Tigers Wildcats of Fort Valley State University in Military Appreciation Day weekend. Make your plans to join us then. Until then, Charles Ward saying thanks so much for joining us. And this has been a production of the Golden Tiger Sports Network.